When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a mid-September stream. It is Friday, September 17th. It is 5 minutes after 9 p.m. Eastern, and I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to a very, very eventful session, as I promise it will be, of this. Esper Genesis has returned. It is day 67 of Esper Genesis Stormfall, and I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to it as much as I am. Before we go any further, just a couple of quick reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. Discord channel is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, where I will always tweet when we're going live or when I've got mysterious surprises that I'm teasing out at you about particular Esper Genesis sessions. And of course, the website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond and Adventures of Middle-earth and soon-to-be Esper Genesis material as well. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. 22 patrons, $2.03 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, so any support that people can give by jumping over there and giving us support would be much appreciated. Obviously, we also have inspirations for our players and things like that, plus channel goals that we're reaching for, and stuff you can get individually, so all of that is appreciated. And And if you haven't already done so, please consider as well subscribing to the channel. It is September, so you get a 20% discount, I believe, if you were gifting subs or subbing yourself or that sort of thing. So all of that is really helpful, and you get those custom sub badges and emotes. We got a bunch new custom sub badges as of late. So we've got that, and yeah, it's very exciting. I am super pumped up about it, that we have developed and broadened out even what we're doing with the sub program. So please consider jumping over and subscribing to the channel as well. And on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. I know that Athos has been spending time at Gen Con this weekend, and apparently it's been a pretty good experience from what I understand. Don't know if we'll see Garlic Tofu or Ballsteg or any of the fine people at Athos stop by, but I know they've been hanging out there along with some other folks. My thoughts are a Gen Con for multiple reasons. I love Gen Con. I wish I could have been there this time, but just wasn't the right time to do it. Hopefully next year, everything should be somewhat more reasonably kind of semi back to normal, I hope. But in the meantime, other things going on at Gen Con, which I'm not at liberty to talk about, but I'm excited about that. Oh, Garlic Tofu is here. Welcome, Garlic Tofu. Welcome, welcome. Oh, watching on the Airbnb TV. Nice. Welcome to both of you. Yeah, very excited about stuff. They know why. Garlic and Ballsteg know why. But anyway, so that's going on. And of course, exclamation point library is the Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. As you're getting those in, by the way, the physical copies have been mailed. So as you're starting to get them in, if you're able to let people know that the physical copies have started to show up, if any of you ordered them, that would be very much appreciated, because they have been nailed out by the distributor. They're on their way. So now it's just a matter of waiting for you to receive them, but they're out finally. So, which is awesome. So please let people know that is my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is of course the sponsor of tonight's campaign, Esper Genesis Stormfall, or Esper Genesis Shadow of the Zephyr, I should say. Stormfall is this part of it. So there's that, and exclamation point Greyshade KS for details about my Greyshade Kickstarter. And I can't say more about that except to say that part of my Gen Con excitement may be related somehow to Greyshade, but we can't talk more about that yet. But more information about that is coming soon. And last but certainly not least, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if you need help, and to reach out to others if they need help as well. Now, schedule-wise, we've got Esper Genesis coming up tonight, and then tomorrow I'm going to be back here with the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is the Forgotten City. I have been given that the code for that by my wonderful colleagues over at GogCom's Twitch channel, so thank you to them. And I'm excited to play that because I've heard very good things about it, so I'm going to be doing that tomorrow night. And then on Sunday we are going to be off. Monday we will be off, and then Tuesday we'll be back here with some adventures in Middle Earth, and then I will be doing some Talisman adventures over on GOG, and then Tuesday night we will have the rescheduled, our vocalists playing some Apollo Justice Ace Attorneys. That's what we've got going on, and we've got some big things happening also tonight. Big surprises. I am pumped up. Had to hop on chat at least. Thank you for the 30-month streak, and welcome, Ballsteg. And yeah, I hope that you and Garlic are having a good time at Gen Con, and I am very much excited by what may or may not be happening there, but can't talk more about it. But thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it, Ballsteg, and welcome everybody. So with that said, I want to get into the campaign tonight because we got some surprises on the way. So I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know we're ready to go. I'm going to apologize to them for interrupting their conversations, which may very well have happened. Then I will unmute them, and last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the incredible crew, and that is the incredible crew that we see here, although I note that the windows have been altered, and so if you'll just bear with me for 1 second so I can make sure that Carlos is not Aramis, and Johnny is not Cosmeritis, and Zach is not Sleepwell. Okay, there we go. Only Petra. This is very much, as in the group, only Petra. Stably, Cat remained as the stable force that Petra really is. And all of this. But no, it is very exciting to have our wonderful crew, and I'm super excited about stuff that we're going to be revealing tonight. So welcome all my lovely players, and I will start with the gentleman who is at the top left of this Hollywood Squares set up here. And that, of course, is one Mr. Johnny Pittman, who very temporarily is back home for about 3 seconds before being off again on another Magical Mystery Tour. How are you doing, Johnny? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Things are good for the magical hot second that I'm home. I'm taking whatever steps I can to rest, recuperate, enjoy the ability to have a home cooked meal, and stream from my setup. Other than that, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine here, thanks. How are you? Doing well.
No, things are good. Excuse me. Other than that, though a week late, started streaming again this week. I'll be back again going this weekend. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the show. And for me, I am playing a level 10, Ashen Forge Melder. It's not national. It's not 9. It's 10. We're actually 10. I promise you.
I was going to say, what?
We're actually 10. Everybody, just so you know, we need to be 10 for this fight. Whatever's coming up, it's going to be 10. Anyways, yes. Ashen Forge Melder by the name of Aramis.
It is wonderful to see not just Johnny, but also the aspirational role play that establishes 10 when it's actually 9. But it's good to see everyone here, and good to see Johnny here with us. And it's also good as I move right across the row to see, of course, the amazing and wonderful Kat Rambo here. Kat, it is good to see you. I hope you are doing well also. Yeah, I guess my question is, how are things? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Things are swell here in Seattle as the summer winds down, and I am playing Petra Sinis, an Ashen Forge Sentinel with a large hammer that hits things and a mysterious affinity for machines.
Indeed. Some of more, and that machine thing is going to become, we shall see how that gets played out as more of these things move forward in the plot. But I'm very happy to have Kat with us. And I am also now moving down diagonally to the left, always happy to have Carlos Hernandez with us. Carlos is here. Carlos was showing us, by the way, the new mask design that he wants to get, which is very Esper Genesis-y, I feel. And also very Carlos-y as well. But it is, of course, wonderful to see you, Carlos. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, do you have any like modifications you're going to make to this mask design that you found? Like, what are your feelings about the quality of the mask that you're getting ready to wear? Like, tell us everything about masks. Most importantly, how are you doing and who are you playing?
I'm doing well. I'm going to put it in the chat. This is Razer, the computer making company. The last E3, they showed off this mask that they're developing. It has like these super filters, has all these LED lights all over it and stuff like that, and has a window so you can actually see the mouth moving. As others pointed out when I was extolling the virtues of this mask, it looks kind of creepy, but some say bug, I say feature. So like I'm imagining I have to go back and teach live next semester, and I'm gonna put that mask on and be like, I am your science fiction professor. and they'll get it. They'll learn more because of my mask. I'm sure of this.
They will learn more. It'll be a sort of terrifying experience, but they will learn more.
Pedagogy of terror, underused, I think.
Exactly. You're doing all these panels like, well, what I discovered was really the best way was to horrify the students. Who are you? When not terrifying students, Carlos, who are you playing in our game tonight?
I am playing Ludoku Sleepwell, a Valna, an engineer, a healer of fallen party members. And so Ludoku, recently, he's just off of his 16 stop dance tour that he did, inspired by the events of last session. If you missed that session, Ludoku was able to teach animals how to take care of their young through the power of interpretive dance.
I see. Yes, I am excited actually to see Sleepwell is going to have some interesting things. We will see in just a little bit. It's wonderful to have Carlos with us. It's also wonderful to have with us, as always, one Mr. Zach Clay, who I have to say, now that you've got that new background, Zach, it does feel like you're being stared down by like the equivalent of your own character, who's just like, Get it right. Get it right. Don't make sure you do it. Make sure you say things the right way. So
Yes, I know.
I don't know whether to be intimidated or impressed by the background or both. How are you doing, Zach? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing this evening?
Life is all right. It's quite a time, as few people know, but doing well and very happy to be here and excited to see what happens with the crew and this surprise and et cetera, et cetera. You may occasionally hear a dog barking, but that's really just the Stormdark base creaking in the distance.
That's the actual that's the Bioroid,
Yes.
sound that I was making. It was literally just a dog going, "Yarp, yarp."
Yes, but yeah, no, I was telling the other castmates that I've been playing a lot of Death Stranding lately, which has been very fun. And then we were talking about Magic for a little bit and Magic content creators, the game, of course. But yeah, I'm excited for tonight. And I play Cosmeritis, a Bellare hunter with not a very large hammer, but a very large sniper. Well, maybe it's not large, but I don't know.
I'm thinking of all kinds of Spaceball references, which I will immediately dismiss in every respect. But I am very excited to have Zach with us, and Carlos, and Kat, and Johnny. And let us talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. For this, I think I'm going to bring up the maps thing, although there's not much to see at the moment because they've just arrived on this level. And in case all of you are like, what level would that be? Let me tell you what it is as I fire up a little bit of music here. Here we go. In our last session, the crew of the Hyperlance, so to speak, has made their way into the secret base of the rogue portion of the Zephyr Corporation known as Stormdark. For those of you who have missed all of this, there's a lot to go through since we are on day 67 of Esper Genesis, but let me just say the basic idea is that the Zephyr Corporation, which is a massive, literally multi-galaxy spanning corporation, has a rogue branch, which is known as Stormdark, which was basically involved in forbidden experiments. Zephyr Corporation itself swore off this rogue branch a long time ago, but Stormdark has continued to do what it does by conducting these forbidden experiments, supported in the doing of this by a shadowy criminal organization known as the Shadow Technocracy, which apparently has designs on the larger universe and has particular designs about creating some kind of strange synthetic and organic combination of life in a way that perhaps the synthetics and organics would not like, but they're not asking them. And so in the midst of doing this, the party has somehow fallen afoul of both Stormdark and Shadow Technocracy on multiple occasions and caused all kinds of problems. As of late, I've been watching a fair bit of different Sherlock Holmes stuff. I happen to really like Sherlock Holmes, so I've been watching different stuff like that. And in particular, some of the different takes on Holmes and Moriarty. So the idea of like there's always the sequence in all of them where Moriarty confronts Holmes and is basically like, you have caused me nothing but grief with your constant persecution and blah, 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 and you need to back off. And of course, Holmes tells him to get bent, as you might expect. That's how I feel a little bit about the crew, is that the crew has spent most of their time being like this, and this, and then the Shadow Technocracy is like, you really need to stop bothering us constantly. And the crew's like, yeah, no, we're not. We're not going to do that. And so they have found their way now to this secret base where they are pursuing the one of the major forces within the Shadow Technocracy and Stormdark, known as Laris Baladin, someone that the party has met before, confronted before some time ago, and who has kidnapped a celebrity, I guess you might say, called Bliss Larkham, which the party has also run into before. And this happens to be the daughter of Makar Prasan, who is the person who programmed a lot of the things that the party has run into, the Hyperlance, the Alfreds, which the party has met. And in fact, they brought one of those Alfreds, which has Makar Prasan's personality, so to speak, programmed within it now. They brought them with him to this brought him with them to this secret base. Because in addition to all of these things, the party is also being pursued by a cyber virus called the Long Winter, or at least what's left of that cyber virus. And all of this has tied together into this moment where the party is heading down into this secret base. The party has not only infiltrated the base, but they've also, as it happens, made a few friends, apparently, by running into these creatures that have been experimented on the floor above the one that you see in front of you. It was not clear to me what the party was going to do to deal with it. They could very well have gotten into a fight with them or tried to trap them or do other things. Instead, what they did was basically try to teach the creatures how to raise eggs by using Sleepwell's drones. That's about literally what happened. It was just as awesome as it sounds. And the party somehow succeeded in this endeavor, at least to the extent where they did not get attacked by these bioroid creatures. And so the party has now used the bioroids, I won't say friendship, but tolerance, let's say, to make their way down to what apparently is the bottom level of this base. And as they've arrived here, still in search of Laris Baladin, there are two questions still outstanding. One, where are the Obsidian Knights, the security forces, which are the elite forces that guard Laris Baladin and the people of Stormdark? And two, what exactly happened to the base? Because, yes, this part of the base they've gone down, these creatures managed to break out of the base and kind of roam the halls. But the question is, how did that happen? And why are the Obsidian Knights not to be found yet? Where do they all go? And most importantly, where is Laris Baladin and where is Bliss Larkham? And so as the party has arrived on this fourth floor, they have exited the elevator to reveal, as I pointed out last time, a long corridor extending east-west, another corridor which they can slightly see. They'd have to go out of the little elevator area where they are to see more of it. But to the east-west, they can see a long corridor, and coming from right about here, actually really here, but sounding like it's coming from around here, there is a some mechanical sound of a machine throbbing at the heart of this base. And with that said, I'm now going to hand things back over to the party. I also mentioned that you saw something moving in the hallways, but as you look out, like, you don't see it clearly, but every so often, just at the very edges of your vision, you think you see things moving and then disappearing as you look at it, almost like things out of the corner of your eye. So, what would the party like to do?
And so that was a mechanical sound that you were making, right? Because I
Very much
remember last time I was thinking you were starting some trap music or something like that. That we're entering an underground disco. But...
Greg, I think you need to still move us on Roll20 to the page that you're on.
Oh, I beg your pardon. You're quite right. There you go. Sorry about that. So now you can see. So this is where that sound that I mentioned, the voodoo, is coming. And you are over here.
Yeah.
Right on the edge of the elevator.
What's the lighting in this hallway look like?
So the lighting here is actually much brighter than it was on the upper floors. There is still a little bit of flickering, but this is, now that you've asked this question, I can tell you that the flickering is rhythmic and it's in line with the sound. So the lights are like just slightly pulsing in rhythm with the sound of the pulsing. In rhythm with the sound of the pulsing.
Okay, and so are the little weird artifact things that we're seeing, like, out of the corner of our eye, is that also attributable to the pulsing or the flashing or the throwing of the...
That is not clear, because what you see is coming from here, roughly. Like, at least you thought so. You kind of came out, you thought you saw some, like, movement over here, but then when you looked right at it, there was nothing. Then you look back away, but it all seems to be coming from this general area. It's not regular like the lights. It's not the doom-do, that kind of thing.
I would love to make a perception check.
Please do.
How's an 18 working?
Yeah, your guess is that what you're looking at is indeed... It's almost as if what you might be looking at is kind of a shimmering, like a distortion, almost in the light, so that you're seeing this sort of, because you used, I think your term artifacts is actually a good way to describe it. It almost looks like you're looking at these kind of artifacts of this strange shimmering, almost mirage-like in the lighting. And the lighting, by the way, down here, I should also say, is all fluorescent light and somewhat brighter and more harsh, I think, than what you found elsewhere in the base to this point.
Yeah, interesting. It's like just enough to like mess with our dark vision.
You
Evil,
got it.
evil GM.
You got it.
So those little gaps in the hallway, are those other hallways that branch down, or what are we?
Yes,
kind of
those
looking
appear
at
to
it?
be other hallways that branch down. That's right.
So like as we're looking at the screen right now, there's like a left hand that seems like an open area, like, but it seems like we'd be able to look a little bit on there. Yeah, like is that like, is there a
came
corner
around
there?
a corner, you could. Yes, like so. This basically, I'll reveal a little bit of it. Whoops. How about I actually reveal it, not hide it? I can reveal a little bit of this. So like, yeah, there is a corridor sort of extending down here.
Right.
And from what you can see, it looks like there are other. Now you can't really see over on this one yet until you come back out into the hallway. Looking down this way, you would need to go a little bit farther out to look down this area, but there definitely is a corridor running south along whatever the same walls that you see next to you.
Interesting. So Sleepwell is definitely getting into like full paranoid commando survival mode, seeing all of these open hallways, weird lights and stuff like that. And so he says, he kind of like hunches over and says, okay, we have to be extremely careful and extremely quiet. I can send out my drone. This is the drone that looks kind of like an egg,
Yes.
That was the best facsimile
I
of
think
the
we all
egg.
remember that.
I can basically send the drone forward, and I won't be able to see through it or anything, but I can see if anything comes lunging out for it or anything. And in the meantime, we can slowly start creeping our way forward and start peeking around corners.
Okay. That sounds good. And which corner is it going to peek around first?
Yeah, I mean, assuming, there are no objections from the party, Aramis, then Sleepwell is going to kind of like go to this
Excuse
corner.
me, sir. I am offended. How dare you? How dare you? Please go ahead.
So Sleepwell positions himself at this corner,
Okay.
and like a happy father giving his kindergartner a push towards school. He basically sends the drone forward. Basically, we don't have an icon right now, so I'll just use Sleepwell right now, so that the
You do have
drone
one. There's right behind you. You have an egg.
Right there it is.
Yeah, give me a second though. I don't think you have control over it. Give me 1 second.
No, I need to control my black egg.
There we go. No, of course I wouldn't have thought of not bringing the egg along. All right, there you go.
So the egg is just kind of slowly meandering down the hallway.
Okay, and it's sort of shifting. Now it's doing this. You're able to. You can see through. Remind me. You can see through this drone.
No, I can't. I'm basically sort of like watching what might react to the drone.
Okay. So
or what traps it might set off.
Okay, right.
Kaz will see what Sleepwell is trying to do, and will step out also sort of past the threshold of the corner here.
Okay.
And will use the scope of his sniper to track its movement along the hallway.
Yeah, it's a great visual with the knife just sort of like sighting it as it's going down.
And
okay.
I do also have infra vision, as it's called.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see like heat signatures if it's worth anything, but
okay, I will keep that in mind. All right, so nothing happens as it passes this first hallway here, and then as it passes this hallway here. When it gets to here, this is the vroom, 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 where that's coming from. You notice that the egg is it's sort of lit by the shimmering in a strange way. So it's almost like shining UV light on something. If you've ever been in a place where, like a club or something like that, where they have that kind of thing, that's what it looks like a little bit, just sort of reflecting off its exterior. It's not affected in any other way, though. It's not slowed down. Nothing attacks it. But that's the only time that you see that happening. And then, assuming you're going to continue to move it are you moving it Sleepwell like down here?
Yeah,
or-
like
okay.
about there for past those next
Yeah.
two.
So again, no difference there. Same pretty much thing. You can get it all the way down to this hallway, and nothing seems to have moved out. Doesn't mean nothing could have seen it, but nothing has jumped out and attacked it, and nothing's been set off.
Okay. I'll kind of like bring it back down and kind of send it down this hallway too.
Okay. All right. And for that one, now, Kaz, you would probably like sort of, and I assume Sleepwell both would sort of sneak around to like look down the corridor. Is that
Yeah,
fair
like
to say?
maybe at this point I feel safe to go here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go
Yeah.
here.
Okay. So,
Kaz will do the same thing.
all
like
right.
Here-ish.
And what you find is that this is a very long corridor, which at least initially doesn't seem to have any other exits
Just
immediately
waiting for
visible
something terrifying to be revealed.
until this happens.
Yes.
There is a hallway down there. And then I would say once it gets farther than that, I think in terms of the angle, you're probably not going to be able to see too much more that it might be passing, except to say that nothing is affecting it as it goes down this way. Like nothing is, like jumping out or there's no distortions or anything like that. But it seems like, again, and there seems to be maybe another thing that's down here.
Speaking of disturbances or anything jumping out, Kaz will sort of like pull away from his scope and just look at the ground around him. And are there any boot prints or any tracks of any kind? Like if I'm thinking that these knights are supposed to be down here, does it look like there's any trace of them having moved around?
I'm going to ask you to make an investigation check for me. There is a faint smell down here of ammonia, I believe I mentioned before. There is a faint smell of that. But unlike the upper areas, there is not any smashed, open glass pods or anything like that you can find down here. But I'll have you make an investigation check for me, please.
Could I do survival instead for trying to find tracks?
Yeah, I guess because you're yeah. You know what? Yes, I'll take that pitch. Sure.
Cool.
You're right. You
Thank
are
you.
investigating. You are tracking. So yes.
Cool.
Sure.
That's significantly better. It's only an 11 though.
It's significantly better.
would
Not
have been a
significantly
5.
better
but-
enough. Yeah.
yeah.
So what I will say is that it's strange to you that there is this ammonia scent, despite the fact that there's nothing obviously smashed. That strikes you as odd, Kaz. But beyond that, you're not sure.
No sign of tracks on the ground.
Not that you can see under current vision circumstances, no.
Okay.
So at this point, Sleepwell is going to turn to Aramis and Petra and basically say, I think we should go down this long hallway. There's an entrance a long way, but it might be a back way entrance to the other areas.
That seems reasonable enough to me.
Sumptuous, but I don't think that we can do anything else.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I'm going to sort of like just haul my little drone like right around the corner here. And
Okay.
I'm going to be, I don't know if I need to make a stealth roll yet, but I'm going to be trying to be stealthy Sleepwell here.
Let's say that when you get to, I would say around here, that's when you need to make one, because if there is anything, that's when it would be, coming through like from the room or something like that. So make a stealth check for me there. Is anyone
Will do.
following Sleepwell down, or Kaz, do you just have him sighted? Like, and
Exactly.
that's it? Okay.
Yep. I'll
and
stay.
Petra and Aramis, you're staying where you are at the same time?
Mhm.
I'm going to follow slowly.
Okay. All
Kaz
right.
would have told Sleepwell if something does jump out at you, just back up.
So I rolled a 13.
Okay. Okay, so you see Sleepwell moving, not particularly loudly, doing fairly well to keep quiet as he makes his way down. Okay, and then when you get to this area, are you going to try to like peek around, or what are you doing?
That's
on the
right.
spot? Okay.
Gonna try to peek around the corner here.
When you do that, you see inside here, again, forget the number, my apologies, not a player map.
Number 5.
You see the number 5.
A giant floating number 5, and it says,
Welcome to my domain. I am 5.
I am 5. Oh, that's funny.
Plotzes.
So yeah, this whole thing was a numerical plot. So what you find instead is inside here, there are a series of 2 or 3 terminals with chairs in back of them against the back wall, and there are benches here as well. This looks similar to the labs, the abandoned labs that you saw upstairs, but these ones are not wrecked. They are, however, abandoned. There's nobody here, and the lighting is just sort of normal. The terminals do seem to be off. But that's pretty much what you note here. No pods, no creatures roaming about that you can see.
Is there power to the room?
There's general power to the room because of the lighting. Unclear if there's power to the terminals or not.
I'm gonna go ahead and enter this room.
Okay.
I'm gonna get right on that number 5.
Okay.
There I am.
Oz will start to follow at this point.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to terminal and see if I can turn it on.
Okay. At this point, and Petra, I know you're following slowly as well, along with Aramis. So as you get to that terminal, you click the thing to turn it on, and there's just a and that's it. Just a sound. There's no flicker of video on the screen or anything else. There's just like the mechanical sound of you trying to move the switch.
Right. I'm going to quickly move to the other 2 terminals and try the same.
Same deal with all of them.
I'm going to check to see if it's plugged in.
It is plugged in, but I would like you to make a mechanics check for me, please, Sleepwell.
Now we're talking mechanics. I am specialized in this. I'm using my proficiency bonus.
Hey, Lightning.
Literally, Sleeple has done tech support because he's asking if it's plugged in.
Can I turn it on and back off and back on again?
That's a 24.
Sleepwell, as you're looking around in the back, you can see that these are plugged in, but you also can see that below the terminals, so basically right underneath each terminal, the metal plate has been dislodged. You wouldn't have known that unless you were checking this. So like it's been unscrewed and has been screwed back in. So the plate on each of these terminals is closed again, but someone has opened. They've been opened recently.
Huh. Well, I'm going to open them.
Inside each one, wires have been neatly snipped and removed. These have been sabotaged by an expert.
I'm going to relate this to the group very quickly and say, like, there is something really odd going on. Like, I don't think they would be snipping their own wires in this way. It's like they themselves have been infiltrated.
I agree.
Who are these people? Like, why haven't we seen them? We see a lot of smashed material. We see dinosaurs that are sort of like dying of neglect with nobody like helping them. Like, could they have already been attacked?
It does feel like we're following in somebody's wake, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or maybe this is just a really radical measure to keep people like us from stealing their information.
I don't know.
It'd be radical.
Yeah.
I think we should keep going, though.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Wait a second. If you're saying that there's somebody who's actually potentially infiltrating while we're infiltrating as well,
that's one possibility. Like, someone has cut some wires here.
If that is one possibility, what we need to do is we need to get one of these terminals back online and figure out what they don't want anybody to see.
100%. I don't think it's going to happen on these. These wires are cut all the way through. And Greg, am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, it would take. Yes, they've not only been snipped, but the parts that are important would be removed. You wouldn't
exactly.
You have to
like
rebuild it practically together.
Right. It's like this isn't something we can do now. I say to Aramis.
Okay, then what can we actually do to actually make a difference here to give us the advantage in this particular situation? Because at every turn, we have found ourselves in a situation where we are at a disadvantage. We now need to find an advantage here.
Agreed.
What's
I think
the best choice of action that we can take to be able to do that?
we need to find a terminal that still works. Like whoever's infiltrating, I doubt they're going to get every single terminal. There's got to be, dozens of them around. So let's try to find one and get connected back to Alfred and get that advantage.
All right.
So sleep well and egg, the classic story. Egg is going to continue on and just kind of like park itself, kind of flamboyantly here,
Okay.
kind of, making seductive, vulnerable, like mechanical sounds,
Okay.
eat me, destroy me.
I am a mechanical omelet waiting to be made.
Yes.
So you do that. Nothing partakes of your mechanical meal.
Okay. I am going to, continue stealthily with my expert cast stealthiness.
Roll another stealth check for me, please, as you do that.
Yes. Right. Dice. Where is my little? Here it is. So much less stealthy than mechanical. Much less stealthy than
Yeah,
mechanical.
you're so fixed on the egg. I would assume that you're just kind of like, all right, we're gonna do this, and then you realize you're sort of saying this out loud as you're walking down the hallway, and you're like, not very stealthy. The good news, though, as you look around the corner, is that nothing seems to be here except what is basically a thick metal door, and this looks like the sort of blast door the same kind of blast door that you saw above, blocking off, you may remember, the eastern and the western side of the base. Remember, there was the elevator that led down on either side, and there were these blast doors that basically were preventing passage from one area to the other, from the west to the east side or back. And these look exactly the same way. This thing is sealed shut.
Can we see further down the hallway at this point?
Yes. Further down the hall, you can see that the hallway goes another farther than I thought. Okay. There we go. And then turns right.
Do we see a control panel for the blast door?
No, you do not. This is clearly not controlled from here.
Okay. I'm just going to keep the egg moving on. I'm going to keep moving on.
Okay.
I'm gonna put
And
the egg
everybody
where-
else, let me know as you're going along too. If there's something you're like, I want to do this or that, but like, please let me know. Like if there's other stuff that people.
Yeah,
want to do, okay.
Sleepo is just sort of like, extremely stealthily, like stealth like you've never seen. It's like,
The most stealthy. I'm going to have you make one more check as you come down in this last.
Okay,
This
so
last
here it is.
turn.
Yeah, I'm not very stealthy.
Yeah,
I realized I was muted as I was trying to say something.
Not the most stealthy I've ever seen. Go ahead.
All
Kaz.
Kaz will be doing is continuing to look for any tracks or traces of people having been here recently.
Okay, let me have you
So-
make another survival check then for me.
Okay, sure. In fact,
Just
while
as
I'm
you're
thinking about
and
that,
just to be clear,
Yeah.
as you were going down the southern hall, like just going straight down and right around
Uh-huh.
the elevator, but you haven't started going east
yeah.
to
Can
do
I,
that, right?
As Sleepwell was like at the blast door and is starting to head south again,
Mhm.
Kaz will actually double back and look in that terminal room, and that's where I'd like to make this check actually.
Okay, go
if
ahead
I
and do
could.
that.
So look in the terminal room, sort of around the terminals. Like obviously they've been tampered with and cut for the wires, but I want to see if I can see any trace of who did this.
Gotcha. Survival check for me, please, and then I'll come back to you in a minute,
Okay.
Sleepo.
All right. 25.
Well, yep. As you look down below, it occurs to you that this ammonia scent, it's strange to you that there was this sort of trace of it, and there is a whiff of it also. And as you look down, you kind of bend down, and through your visor, you can kind of see just a slight, again, to use the UV example, kind of a glow. There do look to be the faintest of what might be the edges of boot prints that must have tracked in the ammonia from elsewhere, perhaps from the level above where you just were.
Can
And
I
there are
tell-
tracks leading to the terminal and from it.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose then that Kaz will continue, gonna go back and he'll inform the party of that. He says, that smell, that smelly smell that smells smelly, the ammonia. There's some boot prints in that room that I just noticed, only because of my infravision, I would say. They're tracking it in, maybe from the level above. So I'll try to keep an eye on it. And basically, as we're going along, it's probably going to be hit or miss, but Kaz is going to try to keep an eye out now that he's seen what these boot prints faintly look like. If he happens to see them again, he'll be on the lookout for that.
Now that you know what to look for, you actually do see them going very faintly down here. As in fact, Sleepwell has actually stepped on a few of them already.
Okay, I see,
going
like,
along.
Extremely stealthily.
Cat paws superimposed over the
yes,
boot prints.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Is this enough for him to be able to use his hunter's mark on whatever it is to transition his hunter's mark? To that?
I don't think it.
No,
would be.
not until he actually sees whatever is on the other side of these tracks.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. What usually triggers it for me is if I physically see the target first.
Right. Having said that, though, these are definitely distinctly boot prints, and they are roughly humanoid, human-sized.
Yeah. Okay. So Kaz's main priority will be making sure that Sleepwell is safe. So anytime that Sleepwell is not about to get to some sort of threshold, that's when he'll look for tracks. But otherwise, he's got the area of the cat in his scope for protection.
Gotcha. Okay, so Sleepwell, when you get down to this corner and just sort of peek around it again, you see again before you another one of these abandoned lab rooms, basically. And there is no door in the way here, nor is there any further passageway that you can see. Again, 3 terminals. Looks identical to the one that you just left, actually.
I'm going to send the drone in first, kind of like peeking around, but just like send it in to dance around a little.
Okay. Nothing attacks it.
Nothing? Okay. I'll sort of like go to the threshold here, take a good look.
Okay. And again, very much the same way. All of these rooms look abandoned, but they don't look as if there's no like the equivalent of empty mugs of coffee or things like that. It's just it looks like everything was, removed from here that was of significant value. Again, and you mostly see these benches and the terminals that I mentioned before.
I see terminals.
You do see terminals, 3 of them, just like the room above.
I go in. I'll just put myself on the number 5 because it's amusing to me.
Okay.
But I'm checking all 3 terminals, see if I can turn them on.
Same deal. Click, click, click. And no effect on the terminals at all.
I mean, I'm going to assume I can, since I know what to look for, if I look to see if the panels...
Same deal.
Yeah.
Yes. Same deal.
Okay. I'm just going to do like a thorough search of this room just to make sure I'm not missing anything else.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me, please.
At the same time, Kaz will, if whatever the nearest boot print that he can see, even if it was one that Sleepwell stepped over, Kaz will look and try, if he can, to determine how long ago they were left.
Okay. I'll have you make another survival check to determine that. Sleepwell, definitely a lab. You've been in labs before, and that's definitely what this is. And Aramis plunges a blade into his side, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, these... So, what you're able to determine, Kaz, is that the tracks down here seem least recent, and there are tracks leading back up. Again, these are very faint. Most people wouldn't be able to see them at all. Yeah. As you go up this way, like so farther up, they seem to get more and more recent.
Okay.
As if someone came down here first, did whatever, and then came back up.
Yeah. All right. Kaz will say to everyone else, well, this looking the way it is, I'm guessing trouble's back closer to the elevator.
Agreed. That's
And I would say we probably head back up then.
Yeah. I don't know if we want to just kind of like fast forward this a little bit. Yeah.
Sure, we can. So back up to here, and then are you then heading? Yeah, where do you head next, basically? And the and I'm sorry, Carlos. Cause the tracks also continue to go in. One second, in that direction.
Okay, so past this first.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I show everyone that.
You show everybody the tracks?
Well,
yeah,
you sort of show them where it is. None of you can really see this, honestly.
Yeah, because I can probably smell the ammonia, I'm going to assume. But
yes.
Kaz just kind of gestures forward and points sort of straight out, and he says, this first right here, I mean, I don't want us to get ambushed, but I'm pretty confident that there's nothing over there if we wanted to skip it.
Yeah, Sleepwell, kind of like does the after you gesture to him.
Oh, I have to stay in the back.
But you're tracking. You're the tracker.
Very true. Very true.
Track from the back?
Sure. I'll go join your egg. Cause will... What?
Is the thing that you're doing, Cause, is it specifically hunter related or is it just survival related?
No, it's just me. Well, let me see if I have any. I mean, I do have quarries that I am set to right now, and they're both set to mechanical beings, constructs and automatons. So if I had them set to like humanoids or something like that, then I might have gotten a bonus. Like hunters do get a thing for tracking their quarry, but I don't think these are robots. So
out of character to the GM or the DM, is this something that's affecting his abilities to do this?
No. Well, if what you're asking is, can anybody? I mean, he happens to be particularly good at tracking stuff in general because he has a pretty high survival skill. But there's no reason that anyone else couldn't also be trying to track.
Yeah.
Using what he has for you.
The reason I'm asking is being proficient in survival as well. I'm wondering if I do the role correctly, can he show me what he's doing, and then I can take the lead while he takes the back?
Yes, you could.
And I just found another feature. You can take it however lightly you would like, but there's a feature at first level for hunters that says Expert Wayfarer, and it has several bullet points of things. Mm-hmm. You're skilled at navigating the wilderness. You gain the following benefits when traveling in a particular area for at least 1 hour. And then one of the bullet points is, while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, their sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area. So I already know one of those things, but I'm not sure how much you want to elucidate the others. Yeah. I'm fine making rolls for them, but... Yeah,
I would say that we're going to have to modify that. This isn't quite the same thing. Mm-hmm. One thing that's pretty clear is that you're pretty confident this is one set of footprints, not multiples.
Okay, that's great.
I mean, it's going in different directions at times, but you think it's the same footprints.
That's helpful.
And yes, to answer your question, Aramis, yes, you can, or Johnny, yeah, you could be shown, because of your own survival proficiency, this if you succeed in the roll yourself. It's not easy to spot, though, so you're going to have to make a good survival roll also.
So Aramis will, of course, come up and confer with Kaz and say, "Hey, show me what's going on so that you can stay behind, and I can take point." Because apparently Sweetball is a little scaredy to actually step forward and do his what he should be doing. So
yeah, Kaz will stoop down, and
I love you, Carlos. But Sweetball, on the other hand,
yeah, Kaz will stoop down and lightly trace one of the boot prints, and hope that Aramis is able to get his eyes to attune to it.
How's a 14?
I think a 14 is probably enough for you to be able to see it with some difficulty. Now, if it gets harder to see for whatever reasons later, probably that won't be good enough to hold on to it, but you can barely see it for now.
Okay, Kaz says to the others, what's odd about this is I'm almost positive this is just one person. Which... I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking that this is them plotting against us, because who else could really sneak in here? But I guess this is another confirmation, maybe, that someone else has already snuck in.
how many different enemies do these guys have? I mean, they've wronged a lot of people in the galaxy, so.
It's awfully coincidental, though. Anyway.
I'm not sure there's anything having to do with coincidence here. It just happens to be timely. Somebody probably spoke the wrong thing and sold our information to somebody else, and they're using us.
Yeah.
Aramis then takes the lead and follows Sleepwell's egg.
Okay.
The egg goes off a cliff. No, I'm kidding.
It's a shell of its former self. All right, so you follow the egg, and the egg is where is the egg headed? I know it's going down the corridor, but is it following where Aramis is seeing the tracks, or what is the thought?
So the egg had gotten, I can't remember exactly. Was it this point when it started seeing the weird light shining off of
No,
it?
it was here. From where the
Okay, so this is where it's going to go. I'm going to just kind of like put it there because I can't see the tracks anyway, and let the light shine weirdly on it again.
Okay, so the shimmering effect that I mentioned is there again.
Passing that second door, what does Aramis see that direction?
Down, let's see, down here, you mean?
Yep.
Well, but we've also passed the first door.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you want to look down both, you can.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Absolutely, we would do both.
Reveal. Okay, there we go. So down here, you will be shocked to learn that there is what looks like an abandoned lab.
Wow.
Which looks very much like the other abandoned labs that you've seen. Again, same set of terminals, all that kind of thing, with benches, etc. So there's that. And down this area, in the second area, there is, wait for it, a lab. It's almost as if you found a floor of these.
I'm just remembering that Simpsons episode where they do the imitation of the Beatles, and Barney gets his Yoko Ono clone, and he says, "We're going to take the band into strange new directions," and the song is like the number 5 burp, the number 5 burp, over and over. I feel like that's where we are, but role playing.
Five.
As everyone else is continuing forward, Kaz will take a quick trip into this room, because he thinks if I'm to follow your arrow literally, maybe this room wasn't sabotaged. So he'll look at the terminals in this room.
Okay. In fact, it does look like there were tracks that they're confused here, but it looks a little bit as if there might also have been a passage in and out of this room. The terminals, I mean, you haven't checked underneath like Sleepwell was doing, but the terminals here also are not functional. So for whatever that's worth.
I head back up.
And Aramis, if you look over, you get the same experience in this one as well. In each of these cases, benches, terminals, and multiple, areas where there have been like desks and things like that. But in each of these cases, the terminals are not functional. Same situation each time.
And just to be clear, not an active sort of perception or investigation, but just passively from looking over the room, each of the rooms, they're basically in exactly the same state.
Yes.
Not just for the terminals,
case.
but just everything.
Correct.
It's like they're wiped clean.
Correct.
Aramis comes back out, regroups with Sleepwell, and says, and basically tags on the mic so that Petra and Kaz can hear this as well. Is it possible, instead of this being an infiltration, that this is a cleanup job? Somebody's basically just cleaning up the mess and leaving us to find nothing?
That was my original thought.
But who would be in there before us?
One of maybe not the Knights, but maybe, if these are labs, maybe this is us seeing before the Knights knew that we were going to be here or something. or I mean, actually, to our knowledge, they still don't know that we're here, right? But
So, I mean,
yeah, it's just so strange. Like, who would care about cleaning? Like, it would be a lot of work to clean up after whatever they did. So, like, who didn't want to be found so much that they're spreading ammonia all over the place?
Yeah.
not found so much, or they don't want us to find something that we can use against them.
yeah,
Because this, I mean, you wear the paranoid hat, Sleepwell, but this feels like something that maybe the Long Winter's doing. I'm only saying that as a possibility, but it's not as physical in our world as it would like to be, because it doesn't have access to the Alphas. And so maybe there's something in the physical world that we can't deal with, or that it can't deal with yet, and it's cleaning up until it has full control.
Huh.
I mean, it's just a possibility.
It's just I mean, we saw boot tracks, right? So are you saying like the Long Winter is inside of a body that has boots?
Or it's using somebody to do that.
It's
Speaking of
possible.
this, Kaz will sort of close his metaphorical eyes and try to reconnect with his winter. The last time he attempted that, I think he was somewhere around the elevator or something, and he just sort of got static. So he'll try again.
Just quickly, let me just say thank you, Triffid, gifting 5 subs to the community. Thank you, Triffid, so
Awesome.
much for doing that. I really appreciate it. And welcome back to the Arvanauts, Midori no Suzumi, Quixotic Jedi, of course, Right Teach Play, you, Christensen, and Vaults 005. Thank you very much, Triffid. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. And welcome, everybody. Thanks. Okay, so, sorry. On you go.
I wanted to try to connect with Winter again.
Okay. So when you try to reach out to Winter, you get this, and I think I may have described this as you having had this experience before.
Yeah.
It's sort of like almost like a staticky thing. Your guess, Kaz, is that there's something interfering with this down here. Not specific to this, but some kind of dampening field or something like that. I will say that the static also seems to be doing the same, like, so the pulsing in the room, and the static a little bit is like it seems to be partially responding to that energy dampening field.
Interesting.
But yeah, you're not able to, it doesn't seem to be affecting other functions or anything like that. And of course, you're not a construct, obviously, but yeah, the Winter does not seem to be easily reached down here.
I come back out of my subconscious and say to the others, we don't have contact with Alfred, right? Down here, and
Haven't tried to reach up to him since you got down to this floor.
And Winter inside my suit is not responding. Although I think it's more interference than anything he's doing. I think it has something to do with that pulsing mechanical thing that's in the next room.
What if you went into your little pocket dimension?
I could try.
I mean, it basically exists outside of normal space, and what's the piece that's inside you is receiving interference from around us. So I can only assume that.
Yeah. Might still be affected somehow. I don't know exactly how these things work, but let me check real quick how long this will last. An hour?
I don't know. Like, Sleep was sort of like, maybe we should save that for a rainy day, since on two separate occasions it has literally saved us from annihilation.
It lasts an hour, and even if I use it now, I could use it one more time, but I think we should just go and see what's up in the next.
I agree. I was making a suggestion. That's all.
It was a good one. I think we just got to go and, well, we have a decision to make with 2 options that I can think of. Do we want to just skip past where obviously it seems like the real crux of this is, just to make sure that we clear this entire floor.
Out of character quickly, can we just do a quick sweep if things are the same, Greg, and just say, hey, we checked the rooms, hey, everything's cut again?
Yes, I think you could probably do that if you want to. I don't want to railroad anyone into doing anything, but
Right.
you know, you could
If
do
we
that
wanted
wish.
to just sort of run past this room and then just make sure that if we go in there that no one comes out from the right side of the floor to ambush us or something.
It's also possible that what you see down the hallway might affect your decision too. I mean, like you
Yeah.
don't know what's down there other than that pulse.
we look and we see, you know, all of our enemies and Bliss Larkham and, you know, NPCs from the beginning of the campaign.
Plus all your allies. It's all the whole
Yes.
thing is just Avengers
Yeah.
Endgame. Like you just see everybody. It's all there.
We're like, we'll still go clear the rest of the floor now. Well, I guess it sounds like let's look through the middle and make our decision, I guess.
Okay, so and Aramis is doing that up front again. So
Aramis moves forward, yeah.
make a survival check for me, Aramis, when you get to that shimmering area for me, please.
Aramis changes his mind.
Aramis backs up and departs the base.
I'll take a 16.
So you can see that although it's very hard to tell with the shimmering, but it looks like the tracks bend down. Let me trace it again. Okay, wait. How about I not do that with brown, which will be really confusing. Bend down with, there we go. Bends down here, down that hallway.
Aramis
And-
will
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
look back and say, you know, do a motion of like the path, you know, diverges or goes off to the left or the right.
Kaz will make a motion, although he has no eyes, he'll go like this for you to look down that hallway.
So you do that, Aramis?
Aramis, you know, gives the thumbs up and I guess peers down that hallway and does a perception check.
Okay. I'll tell you exactly what you see.
Do I need to do a perception check?
Well, Leah, hold off on the perception check. You may not need to. So
Okay.
this extends quite far down. And there are multiple areas that it seems to pass by. So like multiple like little hallways or alcoves or something. You can't quite make it out. But right about here, I would say, you can't make it out very well because there is a lot of sort of distorted light down here. But two things that you notice. Number one, from the very far south of this room, so like down here somewhere, is this, you can see the light, the pulsing light is much stronger in that area. And up front of it, right around here, there is more of this sort of shimmering light distortion. And unless you miss your guess, Aramis, there are bodies lying on the ground there.
Can I get a count of the bodies?
Two that you
Is there-
can see, but
How many?
Two that you can see, but again, it's very like fuzzy. Like it's almost like peering through. It's like peering through heat waves rising from the asphalt. That sort of distortion. Although it's not hot in here, but that's the impression that you get.
All right, I have to ask this question, out of character about the comms system that we all share.
Mm-hmm.
Will it do subdermal? So will I be able to vocalize without making sound and have the communication work?
Not technically. It's not telepathy.
No. What it basically does is it takes the vibrations from whatever our vocal cords are, and is able to translate it into sound without actually exhaling.
Oh, I see. No, I don't believe so. I
Okay.
imagined it as being not subdermal. No, I hadn't thought about that, but no, I don't
right.
believe so.
I've probably have asked this question before. I was just curious. So Aramis will turn back to the group, basically step back from the way, turn back to the group and say, give a thumbs up and then point back that direction. And then I'll say 2, and then I'll cut across my neck.
Kaz will approach and unless we want to do something else, he'll peer down the hallway himself, and getting a look for himself, realizing that these bodies are that far away, he'll look through his scope to see if he can notice anything about the bodies.
Your scope is somewhat distorted.
Yeah.
And or I should see the peering through it, your vision is somewhat distorted. But it just looks like the 2 bodies are just kind of face down, clearly unmoving. They look to be roughly human in size, if you had to guess, or could be Promethean, but they're not. They're definitely not Volna or Matakai or something like that. But in terms of their state or what if they are dead, what killed them or whatever that, there's no way to be able to see that through the distortion here.
Yeah. What color is their clothing?
They seem to be wearing what looks like possibly white clothing, though again, the pulsing of the light here reflects off it, so it looks odd. It's not obvious.
What color is the light?
The light itself looks like it's just a sort of pulsing, sort of saccharine light, white light, almost like what I've got on me here, except much brighter and more harsh.
Okay.
So it's like an intensely white light. Not so intense that you can't, it blinds you, but it's definitely, yeah.
And you said that light is coming from some source in the far south of the room?
Correct.
Okay. And it's almost like we can't even see what the source is because that's where the light is the strongest. So Correct. It's just kind of like this. Okay.
Correct. That's right.
Kaz will turn to everyone and say, 2 humanoids, maybe if we're going to go for a lab coat aesthetic, maybe they're scientists. No idea though.
And Sleepo peer around the corner here too, and hearing that. So, and he'll do a magnificent roll across the hallway here. Yeah.
Okay.
Mission Impossible roll.
Yeah.
Is
and
this
then
a roll I have to have you make an acrobatics check to see how magnificent, or is that...
I think it's so spectacular that it automatically works.
Really? I'm happy to have you make it in an aspirational way, and we'll leave out the number check. So you do this forward roll.
I mean, Sleep Well is not actually capable of these sorts of acrobatics, but so sending the drone down the hallway here.
Okay, I'm
sure
sorry.
that's
I'm
the
just
right thing to
give me
do,
1 second
Sleepwell.
here. Sorry, I'm texting with my daughter. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, sorry. Say that again, please.
Oh no, just sending the drone down the hallway here.
Okay. All right.
And Aramis is looking to Sleepwell and saying, I'm not sure that's a really good idea.
Oh, well, I paused the drone and say, why not?
I don't know. The bumping into something that we're not even sure is there, not being, capable of actually having a fight down a hallway. Granted, it'll have us pinned down a hallway. We'll have it pinned down a hallway. We really can't be effective or do anything at this particular point if it bumps into something.
I mean,
we have a
speak for
sniper.
yourself.
Yeah, I point at the sniper dude. It's like, we have a sniper.
And
And
I'd
do you
rather
have, like.
Can you see what you're shooting at right now?
Not the best.
Well, exactly.
Even still, I'd rather that something bumps into an egg drone than us.
Yeah.
Okay. Proceed.
Your objection is noted, Aramis. Thank you for your input, says Sleepwell, rolling his eyes all the way to, Anyway, just continuing down here, but slowly, just sort of like, again, just sort of like the drone's like really shaking its moneymaker here. It's like really looking very, very vulnerable.
That the egg drone, it's just an egg, but with like the chicken legs like popped out of the bottom of the egg.
It's like Baba Yaga's baby. It's gonna
Yes.
grow up to be a whole house someday.
Exactly.
Someday.
Yes.
So it makes its way down the hallway, and nothing seems to happen to it. It is difficult. It is increasingly difficult to see it as it goes further because of the pulsing that I've described. But nothing seems to stop it or halt it. Then depends on how. Yeah, I was going to say how far you're going into.
Right
this room.
here,
Okay. Okay.
right upon the precipice, the threshold.
The threshold, as it were. Yeah. Nothing else happens.
Okay, so at this point, Sleepwell, being utterly stealthy, so stealthy, is going to start stealthifying his way down the hallway here as well.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to make a stealth check as you do that.
I was wondering about that.
14, best one yet.
Yeah,
all right.
not too bad.
I-
You moved reasonably quiet,
I
and of course,
whisper
sound-wise, you're
before-
probably okay because of
yeah.
the sound of the pulsing. Go ahead, Zach.
Before Sleepwell gets too far, I'm like, wait, Sleepwell, hold on. If we're
Oh, and I do. I stealthily stop.
we're going this way and in such a tight space, and I turn and look at Petra. Maybe you should bring a friend.
I was just about to ask about Petra.
It's not a bad idea.
We'll and I gesture to myself and Aramis and say, we'll get the back. If you guys go ahead. What?
Nice plan,
What,
Cos.
Aramis? Thanks.
Okay. So Petra is taking the lead-ish?
Well, yeah, I guess. Not stealthily. I'm gonna warn you right now.
I was going to say, do you want to try or no?
Sure.
Okay,
sure,
go
I'll
ahead.
try.
Go ahead and make a stealth check as Petra makes
You can
her
do
way
it.
down.
I believe in you, Petra.
No, I'm
weren't
not
lying.
stealthy.
So I like the imagine the idea that you're like, Sleepwell's doing is like, see, and you're trying to kind of do that, but the hammer keeps banging into the wall. And like Sleepwell, you hear this like very loud clanging every so often, like clanking behind you, and so you hear the pulsing of
Right.
No.
So, as I sort of like inch my way forward, oh so stealthily, am I seeing things appear on the side here? Like what is going on with the walls here?
The walls just look to be normal so far. It does look like there are doors down here that are. Let's see if I can reveal them a little more. Like, yeah, doors down here off to the side that are not necessarily blast doors, but they are closed at the moment.
Okay, interesting. So like where I'm standing right now, there are two doors. Is that correct?
That's right. Right opposite each other, yeah.
So, I gesture to Petra here.
Uh-huh.
And I, using our military sign language that we've devised, I, do this. I go,
I'll lumber up.
Okay.
and so I'm still just staring at you, just going,
I was going to say. Okay.
you lumbered up, you stared at me.
Kaz turns to Aramis and he's like, what are they doing?
Like, I have no idea. Getting out of the way of your shot.
And I'm
doing-
looking around.
Okay.
I'm going to histrionically and with great affect listen at a door.
I see. Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Perception. How am I at perception? Oh, actually, I'm really good. Kind of a mediocre roll, though.
Yeah, I mean, mostly what you hear is just the pulsing sound so dominates this area that you might not have been able to hear it anyway. It's kind of a dull, roar through everything.
Right.
You don't hear anything from the other side.
I was mostly performing for Petra's sake anyway. I was just trying to say, like, look, here's a door. And I put my ear to it, hark. And I'm wondering if she has ideas about what we should do about it.
I am not listening at it, but I will sort of look at the door and see how easy it would be to open.
It looks like a standard door, unclear yet if it's locked. There does seem to be what looks like a some kind of a pad next to it, which looks like it might be a hand access pad. So, something you would put your hand there, handprint, and would use it. And above the handprint is what looks like a retinal scanner right above it. Like, so you put your eyes in and put your hand on the thing to open it. Pretty high tech. It's not, that's a double lock that usually doesn't get used without people who have some serious cubal to spend.
Well, I'm sure it would not stand up to being smashed with a hammer, but that
True. That would make a fair bit of noise, but yes. Yeah.
Well.
Or a trap to shoot lasers in your eyes. Yes, Triffid, that is conceivable. It's possible.
I will whisper to Sleepwell, did you hear anything?
And I do a big old no.
Let's keep moving.
I give 2 thumbs up.
We will
keep moving.
Okay.
Creepy, 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 creepy. I'm assuming at this point now, behind the drone, I can kind of see into the hallway a little, or into the open, into Area 9.
A little, but not too much, but yes. You can... Let's see if
like, how far are the bodies at this point?
Thank you for the resub, Shadow Mage at tier 3, 49 months. Not the eyes. Yes, exactly. So there's just sort of a weird distortion field, and actually I'll be able to pull you into another map here in just a moment if you go any further, because I have a map specifically for the room that you're looking at. Again, it's a little... You're struggling a little bit to see further because there's something which seems to be blocking you up front. In fact, here, I will not be coy about it. Let me grab the 4 of you and make a plus the egg and shift over here. Okay. So give me 1 second here. Okay. As you get closer, and actually I'm going to put all of you here, and I'm going to bring, I know you're not there yet. Just give me a second.
You're scaring us.
Yeah, seriously.
You're exciting us.
Which is it?
Isn't that the same thing?
Arguably, yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Here we go. Give me 1 second. I'll move you over. I almost double positioned everybody. Okay. I'm going to bring you over here. Hold on 1 second here.
Oh, just watch the stream. Can't see what he's doing on regular. We'll just watch the stream and see it happen. There we go. I like that.
Hey, listen. You take it easy over there.
Oh, I'm having a good time. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at all those levels. Old places to visit. The Roach Citadel. I remember that place.
I'm not looking on the stream. There we go. That's more like it.
Player versus GM knowledge, guys. Player versus GM.
All right,
So player versus character.
Okay.
So
here we are.
Darkness.
And now that you're close here, you can actually see
this is cool.
that there's more than 2. Now that you get to the other side, you see that part of the reason that this was down, that this looked like this, was because there were basically 4 of these bodies that were distorted by the pulsing light to make it seem like they were actually only 2, but there are 4 of them, all lying on the ground, all face down, all dead. And it looks to you as if they are fairly recently dead. You can see that there are burn marks in the back of their coats. They look like lab workers, definitely, of some kind, maybe scientists. And they are all have burn marks in the back of their coats, as if they have been shot at point-blank range.
Are they literally still smoking wounds?
Not that recent, but like definitely within, an hour or 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a full on, like, well, not full on, not an autopsy, but I'm going to do like a full, like a medical check on them to see if I can learn more.
Okay. So go ahead. So why don't which one? Like, do you want to start like one of these or which?
Oh, sure. I'll start with the one just as we look at them, the one to my left, closest to me right now, without getting further in the hallway.
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
That was a 12.
Okay. Yeah, definitely shot at point blank range, single shot, laser rifle.
In the back, though.
In the back.
So not executioner style exactly.
Well, I mean, maybe. Whoever did it was a pro.
Well, and they're all piled up here. There's nothing really here, right? They're all just like here.
No, but there is definitely, as you can see a little bit further, what looks like, oh, there's your egg, sorry.
Another
a second egg now. Down here, there is what looks like a console of some kind, like a big command console that you can just see. And the distortion comes from beyond it, but you can't make out what it is. You'd have to like get a little closer to be able to see what it is, because something around this command console here is distorting that this is part of where the distortion is coming from.
Okay. I'm going to check body number 2. I'm going to check all 4. So do you want me to just like roll them or?
Sure. Which body next? So is that
so the one that, so I did
this one,
the one on my left,
this one.
Right. Well, so this one.
Okay. Same deal. You in fact, that one you don't have to make a separate. Well, no, actually I take it back. Go ahead and make a second medicine check.
I did. It's a 13.
Okay. Yeah. No, same information you got on the other one. Single shot laser rifle.
Okay, I'm going to move forward, stand next to the drone, and I will do this one next. Okay.
Okay. As you do that, and you sort of lean down and you start doing the same check, you hear the sound of doo, and suddenly you see from around the corner, someone is pointing a laser rifle directly at your head. And like you just like, it's one of those things where you just like, and all 3 of you now can see through the distortion. The 3 others of you can see this, and like it's one of those deals like Sleepo where you like look up with your eyes as you hear the sound, and like,
right.
and there's the rifle. The person is wearing a mask. It looks like a like heavily armored mercenary type. And at the same time you hear another, and on the other side over here you see another one identically dressed, also holding the rifle directly at your head. And there's a moment's pause where both of them have them, and all of you see like these ones trained, these rifles trained at you sleep well. And then one of them from behind the mask says, "That will be far enough. I'm asking you to drop all of your weapons now, or your furry friend here isn't going to last."
So I actually had trouble hearing you there, Greg. So yeah.
Well, that was what he intended. No, he said.
Sleepo's like, say that again.
So he basically says, all of you are to drop your weapons now, or your furry friend won't be around long enough for me to ask a second time. That's basically what he says. And as you're sort of staring at him, quite suddenly, the other guard takes the rifle, lifts it up, and headshots the other guard. And, and the guard just drops. Now, at this point, I would like my surprise to be sprung. And so I'm going to see whether or not this surprise, which I have carefully set up and established, we will see whether or not this works. Bear with me a second, folks. Just hang on as I'm setting this all up.
Who knows what is happening?
What's going on?
I'm just wondering how many laser rifles are now pointed at my head. But
yes.
I think technically there's 0.
As they say, a new challenger has emerged. I am going to shift things over here quickly. People are not going to be able to see this yet. So give me a moment, chat. I know you're all like, what's going on? We can't see anything. Just bear with me just a moment. I am going to ask this gentleman who has just entered. I'm going to
new challenger enters the ring.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to ask this gentleman to be so kind as I move things over to explain what happens after this rifle shot goes off and one guard is taken out. And you see the 4 before you, and you see kneeling on the ground this Volna is what you see.
You see I guess I'm narrating this in first person.
Yes.
I'm standing there, and the rest of you all see a woman, a very tall woman in armor, pull her helmet off and whip her fabulous long black hair around. And I say to you all, it's about damn time you got here. Abraxas said you'd be here. What took you so long?
Well, that explains everything.
Are you, Kaz lowers his sniper and says, "Are you who I think you are?"
I'm Z. That's all you need to know.
Huh. Does GM, does the voice sound at all familiar?
No.
Okay.
I would say does not.
Kaz narrows his figurative eyes.
Figurative eyes.
Yes.
What emoji is on the screen, Oz? What emoji?
It was like two bright eyes, very surprised, and then narrowed to ask the question, and then now just an eyebrow raised as he's looking. But
I am trying to join our game as we speak here, so.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm also
On
in the
roll
midst
20.
of capturing windows at the same time, so we're all good. And all will be explained in a moment. Although a lot of people in chat have already figured out, and we're like, "What?" Triffid knew.
Yay!
Yeah. So at this point, Sleepwell turns to Aramis. It's like, did she say her name was Samus? Like, is this like one of your video games?
No.
Z.
No.
One letter.
You know what?
See, don't get my damn name wrong.
Zamus.
One letter. It's simple.
Samus was cooler than her. Just saying.
Oh.
That has yet to be seen.
I mean, the entrance was great,
so
but I didn't see her
what-
roll in with any some action that just
So you, hello, Z.
Yeah.
You work for Abraxas. What's going? Thank you.
I work for myself. Are you here to take down Stormdark? If so, maybe we can work together.
Kaz will turn to everyone else and say, "Well, I guess you guys were right."
So, so Sleepwell at this point is sort of like, hello, I'm sorry, what did you say your name was again?
It's Z.
Z. Hello, Z. My name is Ludicrous Sleepwell, and one of the things that we do in our party here before we trust assassins who murder people blithely in front of us is we ask them a few questions to make sure that they are who they say they are. I mean, you say you're from Abraxas, but anybody could have found that information out. I would like you kindly to submit to a little Esper power I have that compels you to tell the truth so that we can be sure that you are exactly who you say you are. How does that sound?
Z, excuse me. Z, just so you know, he's always like this even when you save his life. So please just humor him.
Z sort of disregards this, but she turns very cold and turns to the rest of the party and says, just keep him out of my head. Doesn't seem to like that notion of having you in my head.
So at this point, I am going to, sort of like try to get myself into the field of vision of Z and say, over here. See, we were talking about the whole truth thing.
Well, I wouldn't, did you forget the last 60 seconds of what, just be wary in front of a...
Yeah, I am being wary. See, anybody could have picked up Abraxas's name and is throwing it out around now. Like, how do we trust this person?
Why
Just
don't we
saved
let
your
her...
life, Sleepwell.
Please.
To take it later, to get information from us? Like,
What are you doing here? Why don't we hear it from her own mouth?
Guess you wouldn't have made it this far if you were stupid. I'm here to take them down. Root, branch. I've got my own reasons, but what they're doing needs to be stopped. And that's all I've got to say.
how'd you get this far?
And I just pointed the dead body.
Well, so we took this route that took us past a couple of like cyber dinosaurs. Pretty scary. We handled them just fine. What did you see along the way?
I've seen some shit. Okay.
We all have.
Okay, so
Now, are we going to go kill this CEO whose name I've forgotten despite having a vendetta against him? For what?
Oh, you mean Laris Balyadin? Yes.
Yes, of course.
Do you know where he is?
Well, I've got some leads, but I was hoping you guys would know more. I've made it about as far as my intelligence has led.
You look the same as this person that you just killed.
Yeah, the Obsidian Knights. Took me a while to get inside here. Everything's riding on tonight for me.
So you infiltrated them.
Yeah.
Where are the rest of them?
Out of character, do I know that?
You would know that a lot of them have been placed elsewhere in the base, and you also know that the last you heard about what Laris is actually right close by. You know where Laris is. The last that Laris heard, he basically was like, okay, well, I'll quickly summarize this to make sense. And then at this point, I promise we will introduce who we're talking to here for those who don't yet know.
Of course.
But so Laris told you, told all of the guards, Z, basically as his paranoia was continuing to increase, and as they began to notice that someone after you was trying to infiltrate the base, he'd become increasingly erratic anyway. And he basically just said, you're keeping me and the 4 who are now dead, actually. You're keeping them here. Nothing comes in here. Anything that comes in here, you take down no matter what. No questions asked, no quarter given, no mercy. That's it. And then went and activated the pulsing energy force field, which is on the other side of that console, and went into what you know is the secret lab room that none of the guards, as far as you know, have ever been allowed into that room to the south. But really bad stuff happens down there. Like, this is the heart of what Laris Baladin has been doing. So you know that there are no guards down there as far as you know. The other guards are elsewhere in the base that were basically waiting, presumably to stop anyone from coming in. In fact, you probably don't know why the hell this party here was not accosted by your guard comrades, because you don't know that they went a different direction. But yeah, so that's what you would know about from this.
Perfect. So Z is like, I've spent longer than you want to know and done things you don't want to know about to get this far, and he's just down that way. But I'm not stupid enough to think I can take him down by myself. Are you in?
I think we're in.
Do we believe her, or are there things larger at play here, DM?
What do you mean?
Like, can I make an insight check? Do I feel like she's lying?
Yeah, you can make an insight check. Sure, absolutely can.
As a player, I don't think she is, but
no, of course.
Sleep well at a point.
You can absolutely do that. No, there's a lot of questions. Quite
obviously.
I suppose Z's also trying to kind of persuade as well, with earnestness on her side.
Yeah, I was going to say, my guess is that there is sincerity here, right? Fair to say that that Z is trying to be, to a degree, honest about stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a 13. That's my skill, but that's only a 13.
Definitely this person is gruff and is kind of like not interested in, as I switch over to cams only, By the way, tremendous work from Shadowed Mage. He was the only person who knew about this before, other than me and the person we're going to introduce in just a moment. So he put together the new overlays, and they look awesome. So thanks, Shadowed. As always, great stuff. She definitely seems gruff. She definitely has that 1,000 Esper stare. You know, she is seeing things for sure. You definitely get that sense. She also does look like, you can see there's a little sweat on her face. She looks quite like intense. I think that's the way to describe it. It occurs to you, though, that given someone who was able to do a lot of what you've seen, she probably could have wiped several of you out before any of you knew what was happening, right? So
wait, is she level 10 and we're only level 9?
she's a level 15. No, I'm just
What?
no, she's level.
I'm sorry. This is not fair.
I took all the levels you wanted to keep giving yourselves, and I just gave them directly to. That's,
Well,
no.
14.
No,
Every time we asked, they were all given to. Yeah.
Love it. So you know, you made an insight check, Kaz? Did you say anything after that, or?
Yeah, Kaz, after, you know, Z's here basically saying, let's go, let's take him on. Kaz kind of looks, you see in the Bellare artwork, the visor is just sort of this narrow slit in the center of the face, and it just sort of narrows a bit, the light, and then kind of spreads back out, and he shrugs and looks at the rest of the party in a way that he's probably done a dozen times in the time that we've been together. Like, not sure, but doesn't seem overtly, you know, no red alert at the moment. And I'm not sure if this is the time that we wanted to do this, but what does she look like? Like, is she human? What can we tell, if anything, about like where she may have come from? I don't know.
Yeah, Z is tall and brown skin, has very long dark hair, sort of lean, muscular, not like big hulky, but like sinewy, and is human. Yeah. If you know enough to know about different kinds, she's a scorched ancestry, but yeah, so she's got kind of tough features, hardened features.
Nice.
Okay.
And I think probably, thank you, first of all, Dragon Spear, for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate it. And that might be a good moment to welcome into our midst Saladin Ahmed. Saladin is the Eisner Award-winning writer of Miles Morales, and also has done stuff for Mrs. Marvel, and also is just doing a new show, Batman Unburied, if I'm not mistaken, that I saw going on. And if any of you were watching my Twitter, you would have noticed that I made several references during this surprise to It's Just a Leap of Faith, from one of my favorite movies, etc. Just to see. I actually have known Saladin for a long time. Saladin was my first guest on Speculate, my podcast, many years ago, with Amal El-Montar, who plays my Adventures in Middle-earth game, and we're hoping, if all goes well, we think, fingers crossed, that Saladin's going to be able to join us as a relatively regular player. And so welcome to Saladin and to Z. And yeah, and I'm glad everyone in here was just like, this was a good secret. I'm like, I told you I deliver when I say. So I want to welcome Saladin, and I'm very, very glad to do this. Saladin and I actually talked about this for a couple weeks, and I forget, I think it was either Kat or Carlos or someone like this who first. So Saladin put this thing out on Twitter, basically like, oh, you know, I'm looking for space stuff, and there's this Esper Genesis thing, and I was like, speaking of Esper Genesis, and then I think it was Kat that jumped in and was like, you should totally play with this, at which point the bell went off in my head. I'm like, I wonder if I can convince perhaps him to. So we set this up a little bit ahead of time and prep the characters, and Saladin also is a longtime DM, you know, like has been playing for this as long as I have and the whole bit. So yeah, so welcome, Saladin. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about, just quickly, about you / your potential interest in the game, etc. But now's the chance.
I'm totally geeked to be here. Know some of my fellow players, others don't. Kat in particular, I'm just like so excited to be reunited with, because we were in a writer's workshop together back in 2007.
Yeah.
Jeez, gosh. 14 years. So it's really nice, particularly nice to see your face. So, and I'm a fan of Carlos's work. So it's cool to be here. And I just want to apologize if I ever talk like a GM, like going into third person instead of in first person. It's because I only like GM for my kids. That's the only playing I ever get to do now, and it's so cool to be a player. But
he said this multiple times. I get to play with adults, so to speak.
So,
I mean, kind of.
So
I'm
barely transitioning back a little bit narrative style wise, but yeah, other than that, should be cool.
Great.
It's going to be awesome. And yeah, Shadow's right. Saladin also did appear on a one shot that we played on my channel a few years back, which I think we did with Ed Greenwood and stuff like that. So so we did do that back in the day. So welcome, Saladin. I'm also sorry that it took us a little while to get you in, but of course there's no way other than being like, okay, you have to go here right now. Like I warned you that might be the case, but now you folks are connected together. And of course, having said that, I always promise that I'll give my players then a break about midway through, which is where this is. So, although I apologize profusely for this, I hope you don't mind if we take just a 5-minute break, Saladin and company.
Yeah.
And then when we come back, we are going to find out what happens when the party confronts one Laris Baladan. Now, instead of being 4, it is now 5. So stick around, everybody, and we will be right back to you lovely folks in about 5 minutes. Please spread the words. Tell everyone on Twitter, oh my God, guess what happened in Esper Genesis? And we'll see you back here in just a little bit. Hang tight.
Awesome.
Oh, Saladin, it's so awesome that you're here!
Yay!
Hey,
Very
guys.
exciting.
Okay. So we are back. Welcome back, everybody. My heartiest apologies. I'm really sorry. I was dealing with a little mini emergency with little Arv. She's fine. But I has to take precedence as much as I love all these wonderful people. So I apologize. Was not part of the plan, and we're all good to go. And we will be on here for probably we'll go for another half hour or so, roughly speaking, maybe 45 minutes at the most. And then the next session we will bring everyone at the beginning, and it will be fine. But yes, so welcome back, everybody, and again, my apologies. So we are here, and so Z has just said this thing about. As I jump back over to the map, what do you want to do about that? So now that I've described that you've pointed down in that direction, I can also reveal for the benefit of all of you that so what you see down in this lab area is you see a couple of things that are notable. First of all, there are these, as you see, these four. What are obviously technicians down here. And Z, you know that a couple of the technicians were basically killed by Laris himself. So Laris basically was just like, get them out of here. And they turned around and he was just like, blam, 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 blam. Like basically took out each of them. And did so fast enough that you didn't really have much of a chance to do anything to I mean, I guess you could have tried to stop him, but doing that would have obviously blown your cover and whatever. Like it was before you knew what was happening almost. They were down. And so he did that. And then basically looking at the two of you and the other guard, basically was like, all right, now I'm going to go deal with what I have to do, and left and went into this lab. Down here, this console that I mentioned is here, and that's in front. And across from one side of the console, roughly from here, like say about there, pardon my terribly not straight. Imagine that I could draw and that it was straight. There are what look like force fields that are extending. If you go further into the room, you'll be able to see more of this. But there are force screens extending from the sides of the terminal over to the sides of the room. You can't see more than that at the moment because of the distortion. And as I mentioned, Z, you've never seen inside here either. This where you're standing right now in the hallway is as close as you've ever been to the kind of nerve center of what Stormdark is.
And does Z have a token? I don't think I know where they are.
Yes. Sorry, Z does have a token. I moved it because oh boy, now I have to find out where I moved it without revealing things. Give me just a moment. I'm going to remove the centerpiece. Yeah, all right. Let me move everyone for just a second off of this so I can do that. Because otherwise everyone will see what's going on. Not that anyone that I know would ever try to look at the stream, right, Johnny? I mean, I can't.
What are you trying to say? I'm sorry, what? There's this whole thing about player knowledge versus character knowledge.
Exactly.
As one GM to another, I totally get it. All good.
Oh, man. Okay, let's see. So, give me just a second. Oh, yeah.
By the way, you did catch me looking.
I got frantic at one point. I was just like, I got to move this over there. Okay, now I have the token. So, all right. There's that. Let me go over to... Nope, I don't want to bring you over yet. Wait a second. Got to change the opacity back. Here. And then this. And then this. Move that up to there. Okay, good. Now I can bring you all back. Because... Oh! Now I lost all of you. Unfortunate.
All the lights in the Stormdark base go out.
What the heck? Oh, I know why. I really wish that they would just... I really wish they would not do what they're doing. Yeah, bear with me. It's a lighting problem with them. They don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Do not want that.
I've had to do revealing of the fog of war and everything myself too, yes.
Okay, there we go.
Cool.
So now we're back to where we should be. So yes, this, if I'm not mistaken, is the token that we have for the moment for Z. And let me.
Is that to scale? Is she like twice as big as all of us?
I'm huge.
Okay, there we go. No,
It's
little
swole
too big.
Z.
I mean, hey, the more the merrier.
Okay, there we go. Now later on, and what I will probably do is I may ask if Johnny, if Saladin can speak to you, hopefully about working with the awesome, because he did the fill out in the PDF, the character fill in thing, but you are the guru of the Roll20 sheet for this, so to speak.
Okay.
You're
Yeah,
more
I'll
of
be
a
happy
guru
to
than
do
I
that.
am a guru on it, and so if he's able to sort of speak to you a little bit about getting it converted over at some point, that would be lovely. But for the meantime, this is you. And Saladin, you should now have control, but please check for me over that token that I just put there with the blue circle around it.
Are you using Roll20 on some sort of touch screen or something?
I am, yes. I'm afraid I'm on an iPad here, and so I can. It is highlighting it for me, and
try to click and drag it. Maybe I've never used Roll20 on an iPad, but
Let me load it up on my side and see what I can find.
Yeah, neither have I, to be honest. I know that I can move it, and I know that it says that it's controlled by you, so you should have
when
it.
When you click on it, Saladin, does it do 3 multicolored circles appear above the token?
They do, yes.
Okay, so yeah, you do have control. But
Blue
then as far
and-
as blue and green and red, right?
Mm-hmm.
From there, if you were on a computer, like we would hold down our mouse, and then drag to where we wanted to move our token, but which you would think that iPad would be perfect for that, but.
And this is temporary, by the way. You're not locked into this token. This is just for the moment.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
For ease of the stream, I may just for this session until I'm able to get back channel, may have you move me around a bit.
However you want to do it, that's totally cool. That is
Paladin, in the Zoom, I'm putting instructions from Roll20's website of people who also had trouble. I actually just put it in the chat here on Twitch accidentally, but press release, press again, and hold is what they're suggesting. And then you can just drag it around, supposedly.
Yeah, and it is supposed to work on phones and iPhones because iPads, because I know someone else who used it in one of my other campaigns and they were able to, but
it's hit or miss. It's their bad JavaScript implementation for their interface. It's hit or miss.
Well, we can move you around for now.
Yeah, we can move you around for now. That's fine. I'm just letting you know that's what we will make.
I can see assigning like status and stuff like that, but moving should be the simplest thing.
That's me. That's me moving it right now, though.
Alrighty. For ease of the stream, let's just have you move me around and and we'll fix it for the next session.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So let me pull this up so the chat can see what we're now doing. Now that we've gotten through that, okay. So yes. This is this area that you see below you is this center console with this force field. So if you move into the room, you'll be able to see the rest of it. It is definitely a large room down there, and there is this intense, coming from the southern portion of it, and the distortion seems to be partially coming from the fact that it's on the other side of these. Now that you're close, you can see force screens, and Z, you know that they are in fact force screens because that's what Lara said he was doing before he went through and activated them. So what would the party like to do?
Kaz turns to Z and says, well, where is the bad guy?
And Z points meaningfully down the corridor. Is that correct, Greg?
Yep, you're right. You're down on the southern side. Yep, past the console.
Player versus character knowledge is rare instance where the character knows more than I do.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, she points kind of wordlessly behind the
Where I'm pinging.
console and narrows her eyes with murder in them.
And Kaz sort of nods, and as he goes to step past, he stops and says, you can call me Kaz, or K if we're going by one letter.
Hey, wow.
Z smiles despite herself.
Kaz will approach the console, but sort of looks back at the rest of the party. Again, like he has many dozens of times where he sees something that probably needs to get done, but is also the person who stays in the back. So he waits.
I'm going to come up to the console. Petra's going to come to the console as well.
The perfect person to do it.
Okay. Once you step in, you're now able to see this enormous and, I would say, troubling looking room in front of you. And there's a lot going on in this room, so I will describe it. What you see is as follows. Let me zoom out a bit. This is a large room, and the small chamber that you're in, which is currently blocked off by this force field, and I will draw it out further now that we're here. It basically goes to here and to here, and then these glass things are flush with the wall. So basically you're blocked off from the rest of the lab to the south. And what you can see there are several large stasis pods, which are in the back of the chamber. And there are 4 more on either side, to the east and to the west. And these pods look very similar to what you saw, all of you actually saw at one point or another, on the 3rd floor. Z knows this is where various experiments took place. The rest of the party knows that this is where the bioroid creatures that you dealt with must have broken out of at one point. And as you're looking down there, you can see that this pulsing is coming from the center pod, this one right here. This, and then as you're sort of looking there, you can see that there is, it's closed at the moment, but as you are watching, the doors to the center one come forth and open, so they basically slide outwards. Thank you very much, Rising Tides. Good to see you, man. I hope all's well. Good to see you. Yes, they're about to get into a lot of trouble, actually. The center one opens up, and as it opens, the bifold doors spread to reveal a transfigured form. It looks like the Laris Baladin that the 3 of you met originally on the Bastion, and it also looks like the form of your former boss. However, boss in quotes. However, he has been hideously transformed because he is attached to a mass of cables. His body is elongated and streaked with gray, what look like cybernetics. And his skin, although it looks somewhat similar to the metallic gray typical of, let us say, Aramis and Petra and Ashenforged, that is where the similarities change, because it is also chitinous, and there are veins of light that are intermingling with these cyborg implants. And as he stands there, these metallic hands come down from the side of the pod and decouple the cables from his body. And the air around him sparks and sizzles as he steps forward. And as he steps, little bits of electricity play along his feet and sort of arc along the floor a little bit right around where he is. And he looks at all of you, still behind, of course, the force field that you're at. He looks at you and he says, "So, you finally come. Welcome. Welcome to the center of the universe. My universe." And then he looks and he kind of takes all of you in, and then he sees you, Z, with your helmet off, and he says, You're supposed to be one of my guards. What are you doing there?
Is this what you did to my father, you monster?
Probably. I did it to lots of people. And as for being a monster, we're all monsters. Only some of us do it more honestly. More like this. I have transcended monstrosity now. I am above all things! And he kind of like leans forward, and as he says this and his hands go up, electricity again arcs along his body, and two more of the pods open to his left and right behind him. And stepping out are two creatures that you, Z, have not seen, but the other three have, because they look like smaller versions of the creatures you found one floor up with the egg. These ones are slightly smaller, but are far more metallic. They are surrounded almost by half metal armor, even more than the other creatures were. And as they stare at you, there are red laser lights that play. And so as you're all sort of staring, he says, "So, I killed your father, did I? Or I improved him, maybe. I did the same thing to others, too. Perhaps you might speak to your kitty cat there and ask him what I did to his father. I suppose he doesn't care, though. He doesn't care about his people. He'd rather not be a Volna. He'd rather be a robot like the ones he loves so well. A little menagerie. That's what I have in front of me. A menagerie. Just like me. Just like me."
So there's a force field up right now. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a force field that is currently behind the console that's blocking out the rest of it, and this guy is standing in front of it. I should move him forward like this. He's standing in front of it, but there is a force field that is here and that is here. And you, Z, know that this thing is strong. You've never actually tested it. Probably, I'm guessing someone like you would probably be like, any wall can be broken. You know, like there may be a little bit of that going on, but like you've never actually tested to see whether it can be done.
Greg, do I think
yeah.
Do I think that we could get through these tubes? Are they like straight up metal or glass?
They are basically a kind of special plasticele. Like they have glass elements, but they're really plasticele. They're pretty tough. Yes, you might be able to break through them. It'll take you just about as long as it would to get through the force field either way. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. They're clearly blocked this way. And as he's doing this, you notice that he doesn't step forward any further. And he says, "You have been interfering with me now for cycle after cycle after cycle. And Stormdark is not happy with you at all. Not happy with any of you at all. All of you right here in one place, coming to deal with me, I suppose. I'm glad, because right now, when I'm done with you, I'll finish consuming what's left of the, what did you call him? The Alfred upstairs? Thank you for bringing Makar Prasan's brain to me. Perhaps I can do with him what I did with his daughter." And he gestures to his left, and you can now see that in this leftmost, this leftmost pod over here, there is the figure of Bliss Larkham. Now, Z, you've never actually met Bliss Larkham. You only know, you've heard rumors that she had been taken by Laris, but Laris never let you in, to see this person. She is also rigged up to cables, and she is just kind of hanging limply right now in the pod. She's not moving at all. You can't tell if she's dead. She's just there, sort of hanging there. And Laris looks over and looks back at you, and this hideous smile cracks his half metallic face, and he says, "We're all puppets on a string. Puppets, everyone, all of us on a little string." Bend your knee now. and he kind of stares at you. Erratic would be the way to describe what we're dealing with here, obviously. And you can see energy arcing around him.
Does anybody else get any weird Captain EO / Chronicle or Riddick vibes going on here?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
What Kaz will do is, first of all, when you started describing Balyudin, you said that we had seen him before, but I think you meant the general, because I don't think we've ever met Laris Balyudin. There was
no.
the time where we saw like a cutscene where Laris was in the same place where we left.
That's what I meant.
Was talking to someone.
That's all I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, the cutscene. Not that you've ever met him directly. I just mean the cutscene. So you have seen him physically. That's all.
All right. So aside from that, Kaz will be sure. And I was going to say, if combat had started like as you were ending the monologue, Kaz, as soon as Laris left his chamber and started talking, Kaz would have hunter's marked him.
Okay.
And
he seems completely, by the way, unconcerned at the moment about anything. He just, you can see he keeps flexing his hands and like letting the electricity kind of, and occasionally he, kind of cracks his neck a little bit and, every so often laughs with delight. And says, I'm glad you're here, actually. I wanted someone to test this with. This is what I need before my army goes out across the Silrain Arc and destroys everyone, everything, everywhere, 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 everywhere. And then he holds out his hand, and electricity arcs from his hand to the pod all the way to the right wall, so not at his creatures, but like the one that's empty, and like just shatters. The pod just shatters. And Z, you having seen the Plastistill stuff, you're like, because the only way that this works, basically, in Sleepwell, you might have a sense of this, would be if it's frozen and then immediately superheated or supercharged. That's the only way that you could shatter something like this. This isn't regular glass. But he treated it like that. And he starts laughing, spinning around in place.
Kaz will turn to the rest of the group and say, if we're going to go in, I think, and I point at the console, it's got to be that. I'm going to try to talk to, give me a second. Kaz turns away from the console and sort of walks back. And I'd like to imagine he's almost having like this Bruce Banner trying to get the Hulk to come out moment where he's like, come on, big guy, come on, where are you? And I'm going to try to dive back in because, and I don't know how much Saladin knows about this, but I have a part of a very powerful AI inside of me that the other half of it is this evil version, basically. So I'm trying to reach the good one. Got nothing but static.
So as you try to get through, you hear what you sort of see, Kaz, is this weird, almost like an overlay. It's as if you're looking at the world in front of you, like this lab, but you see kind of staticky, occasionally popping in is what looks almost like a static ghost version of the long winter, or at least the winter that you know. And he looks at you and says, Kaz, what's going here? Danger, you, what? Sounds like that.
Okay.
Kind of like fading in and out, cracking in and out.
All right. Kaz will shake his head and turn to everyone else. Give everyone sort of a nod that he's ready, as long as we can open the door.
So I'm not going to open up combat just yet. I want to know what the party is going to do to try to deal with this door.
Can I use want to kind of out of character, folks? One of the things that Z has is this. I'm trying to find the name for it. Forged identity, which is kind of the high level thing that she used to infiltrate.
Yep.
And I'm wondering, Gray, we're supposed to get like kind of special knowledge with that. I've spent a lot of time around this guy. Like, I'm trying to kind of figure out if there's a way to taunt him into just kind of dropping the shield or getting confrontational with me. And so Z steps forward and sort of starts, well, yeah, I guess like I would do dialogue, but I'm trying to think of like if I've had some insight into whether there's anything recognizable left of this guy that I can exploit to try and make him careless, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Not that he's particularly careful right now, but you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
he seems pretty eager actually. Yes, possibly. I think based on what you know of what you presume he did to your father and what he has now said he also did to Sleepwell's father and what he obviously has done to Bliss, you could try to take something off of that. He seems like basically in love with himself and incredibly paranoid, and even as you're looking at him is continuing to rave about his army and the destruction of the Ark, the Silrain Ark, and about how all of you will be witnesses, and this kind of thing. So he's going on and on and on about this and laughing and every so often just whistling to himself. I don't know whether this matters to you, but it's pretty obvious to you and everybody else that this guy is right on the edge of sanity. Like
Right.
To the degree that he has anything left holding him together, it's, tape and glue and a prayer. Like there's very little left. And he was always paranoid, by the way, even when you first started to work for him.
Kind of both as a distraction and as a means of trying to kind of just knock him off his game a little bit. What I think Z is going to do is to try and draw on whatever knowledge she's accumulated while creating this false identity and her inside knowledge of Stormdark, to try and play on whatever insecurities he might have about the success of this plan. So presumably I've seen some glimpse of his intentions,
yes,
and have, since I've been thinking tactically about this, have some notion about, what weaknesses his plan might have. And so I'm going to just try and kind of talk shit and prey on that weakness while others do things.
I dig that. Are you lying to him while you're doing that, like bluffing, or would you say you're trying to?
I'm probably bluffing.
That's
I'm
what
probably more confident. I'm probably trying to convince him of something I'm not convinced of because I think he might win.
Because he might be that good. Make a deception check for me, please, then, which is going to be based on your charisma. You may or may not have this as a proficiency. I don't know
have
if you would.
No.
Okay, so then it would just be using your charisma.
Oh, sorry. Roll 1d20.
So that would be. Do you have a charisma bonus or no? Probably not.
Or
maybe.
Okay. Bear with me as I look at my character sheet at the same time.
No problem at all. I would pull that up too, but I had 65 windows open.
I have a +1.
Oh yeah.
So,
also, I just want to jump in. I think you might have missed it, Greg, but people have been inspiring Saladin already.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did. Oh yes,
yeah.
Inspires. Oh, we already had inspiration though.
Yeah.
So okay. So multiple people have inspired. Apparently he's already inspired. So hang on to that, Rock God. Yeah. I don't think I mentioned before, Saladin, that we have a system here where people, if they support the channel at a certain level, can inspire players and characters in all my campaigns. So sometimes players, including members of this crew, have on occasion called for assistance from the chat. And so with that inspiration, you were able to roll twice. Neither one seems to have that much of an effect. I mean, so you say these, you kind of lay it out for him, and he sort of looks at you and kind of pauses for a moment, and he says, I suppose I need to be better about picking my guards and have fewer orphans as part of them. I'm happy to have you fight me. I'm delighted. And when we're all done, I can see what happens with your bodies. Maybe I won't kill you completely, just part of the way. I can bring you into the pods. perhaps I could cross you with the bioroids here, and we see what happens when a cat and a Bellare and an Ashen Forge, which are half dead already, get combined with these. You can be an entirely new form, something greater than all of you are by yourselves, and something much lesser than me. And he says this, and so he kind of like goes over, walks over, and he points at the console, and a bolt arcs over to the console, and you see electricity arcing over the force field, and suddenly the force field drops. And he looks at you and he says, with apologies to all Mass Effect fans, "Now, embrace eternity." And now I would like us, please, to roll initiative. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to fire up some actual combat music for this. And the music is called, from our friends at Greenforge Studios, who license us this, Fight for the Future.
Because we certainly are.
Because that's what you're doing. Your own futures. All right. Oh, you gave it to Sleepwell? So Rakad has got inspired. Okay, so Rakad inspired Saladin, but Saladin has used that now.
I am not looking at my phone. I'm trying to bring up my character sheet again because it disappeared. So apologies. All of these technical difficulties will disappear.
Totally no problem. Session. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Oh, come on, cuz.
Just for reference, Saladin, try the Chrome browser on your iPad. It works so much better than Safari. So
okay.
That's what I've figured out in playing with it here.
Okay. Petra, that's a 16 cat. I think I'm looking at.
That is a 16.
Okay, cool.
For a dexterity-based character with advantage on initiative rolls, Kaz is a bit lethargic right now.
Hey, listen, this guy is a badass, though. I mean, like,
So, Greg, a technical question.
Sure.
Like, I forget what the definition of a construct is. Does that include cyborgs?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Now, it's unclear whether the bioroid things behind him have construct elements. We'll talk about that. I have to look at it and see. I'm not sure myself. He is definitely not a construct, though, for multiple reasons. So, yeah. I'm also not going to put your egg into initiative. Forgive me, Carlos. I mean, I know.
Egg charges in and saves
I
the
go.
As the egg goes, so go I.
And oh, yeah, you've already got it.
Give me 1 second. I'm just moving your token for just a second, Sonny, so I could get that ad turned in there. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's see.
Z probably would be up next with us, just for the purposes of
that's probably true. That's probably true. Okay, so I think you just roll 1d20. I think you just ended up typing it by accident, Saladin, and as opposed to actually having rolled it.
Yeah.
Also, while you're doing that, Kaz, what is your dexterity and what is yours?
I was actually going to mention that, but it's already formatted correctly because mine is one higher than Sleepwell's.
Mine's 14.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So I guess Z is so angry. Z is like, what's your dex bonus?
And you're muted right now.
Yeah,
Sonny.
you're muted. You're muted, Sonny.
Although I don't know if he can hear us.
Yeah, can you hear us, Saladin?
Sorry, yeah,
There you
I
go.
was muted. Yeah, I'm going on a 1 plus a whopping +2 there.
All right, so a 3. Okay. Because you were just so angry. You're like, this guy, this...
I'm just talking.
Yeah, you're just like, oh yeah? Well then, what about this?
Everybody else is running past me. Weapons drawn.
And another thing. I'm Batman. All right. So, let's see, there's that.
Sorry, +3. So I'm going on 4.
Oh, okay. All right. Very important. Let's see. So we got 22. I love this combat music. Okay, there's that, and now we get to add in Z into the combat mix. All right. Listen, when Z goes, you're gonna see the magic that of the power of combat when it actually happens. All right, let's see when the bad guys actually go. That would be useful, I think, for everybody. I heard the sound coming out from the other speaker too. Okay. Right. So. Okay. I'm getting a little bit of feedback from someone. I don't know who. Just I'm hearing the sound of the music coming back to me. Okay.
Petra, I also want to remind you that you still have that ward that I put on you.
What ward is that?
It's the ward that lets you go down, like take a fatal blow and go to 1 hit point.
Oh, yeah.
How long does that ward
God knows
last?
I did that.
8 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. Okay, perfect. We're set to go. All right, first to act is Aramis. So the force field is now down. I will remove it as you're looking at it. And so you now have an open area. These squares are, I believe, 5 feet, but I will confirm.
It looks like they might be 10.
Give me a second. I want to double check.
Yeah.
Because they might be.
Wait, are their tokens 10 feet? They're reach 10 feet then? Because they're twice the size of ours.
Well, listen, I mean, they're
Yeah,
super
I mean, I
creatures.
imagine.
I'm just asking questions here, buddy.
They're he's not actually giant size, in fairness. It doesn't actually tell me what they are, but
my measure of it is if you look at the top part of the
20
map,
feet
it's
wide. Yeah.
split into the ones of those white plus marks is split into 4 squares. So I
Right.
imagine that the smaller ones are 5 feet, and we're sized for 5 feet. Laris and the other 2 are sized as if they're large creatures. So
Right, I think you're right. So they probably would be. Yeah, he is, and he is.
but it's
large.
up to you.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think so. I think these are 10-foot squares. Okay, so having said all of that, and I can make you a little bit larger. You don't have to be super tiny. Okay, so Aramis, you are first to act, and you can see that there are, again, 2 of those bioroid-type creatures that you saw upstairs, although these are a little smaller but much more metallically dominated. And then, of course, there is Laris himself.
So other than the console that's in front of us, these vats over here, what is those openings look to be about 5 feet? So basically, we can slip between those vats. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, barely. You can't slip behind them. They are like right up against the wall. But between them, you might be able to slip between them, but not behind them against the wall. There's like basically a foot of distance, maybe. Like it would be extremely difficult to fit behind them. But between them, yes, it's a tight squeeze though, because it's probably closer to like 3.5, 4 feet. But yeah, you could probably sneak between them, but not behind them.
Okay, and just to confirm, are these elements here that I'm clicking on right now, are those obstructions that are like the doors opening or something?
That is
or
correct.
Are those like a ramp?
No, that's exactly right. Those doors are open. So literally they are currently open and revealing kind of the inside of those pods, which seem to be empty at the moment.
Except for the one that has Bliss.
Except for the one that's got, well, yes, actually those doors are open also, but you can just see Bliss in there, and I should probably put a token down there to represent her. Let me do that. Okay, hold on 1 sec. Down there, EV tokens. So let's say it this way just for now. Okay. So we're gonna say that
She's
will be
huge.
her. Yeah, she's huge. Okay, so we'll say that she's there.
30, 40, 50, 60.
And she is attached to cables, as I mentioned.
100, 110.
How far can we see over that console?
You can see over the console. The console's probably about 5 to 6 feet, 5 feet high, probably. So you can see over it. And now that the force field is gone, the distortion has lessened, although the pulsing is still happening in the back of the room. And I should have mentioned before that the light, the sort of embers of light, the lines of light on him, pulse in rhythm with that in his body.
Okay, and so it counts as 3/4 cover then?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, but that also means that we attack from we range attack at a disadvantage. Is that
Same,
correct?
quite right. Unless you want to kind of like, duck around one side and, that sort of thing. Good night, Ballstag. Good luck at Gen Con tomorrow. And good night, Curly Tofu.
All right.
I'm glad you liked the surprise, Ballstag. I was excited about it too.
Aramis is going to move here, and he's going to fire off Lightning Whip.
Here we go.
Alrighty. Range
So
on
it
Lightning Whip?
begins.
I'm assuming. I think I
120
heard you
feet.
counting it off. Okay, yeah. Who are you shooting? I'm assuming you're shooting it off at the big guy, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, at this point, it's big guy time.
Big guy time. Okay.
All right, give me 1 second, just as I get the character sheet doing its thing. They're all gone. Hold on just a second. So it's going to be... All right. How about a 16?
A 16 will hit.
Thank God. All right. Lightning Whip. 1d10 damage, latch onto the target. It is a concentration spell up to a minute. All right. So each additional round, or on their turn, they get to roll a saving throw to try to break free. It's a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So he's restrained. He can still act, correct?
He can't. So yeah. Let's see. On each of your turns with duration, you get an action to deal 1d10 additional damage to the target automatically. On their turn, the target may free themselves by spending an action and succeeding a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. So go ahead and roll your damage on that then.
And I'm gonna do it. At 2. I'm gonna do it. So it's basically gonna cost me 5 instead of 3.
Okay.
So it's gonna be 2d10 plus 7.
Hey, Greg, could you maybe put like markers on Balyadin's token to track like the lightning whip and then like my hunter's mark? Like I know there's
sure,
little
sure. Yeah.
icons.
I was gonna put the lightning on anyway, with a lightning
Yeah,
bolt.
perfect.
But I
They're
will
so
also,
huge on him too.
Let's see.
I don't know what you want to do for hunter's mark, but
I'll find something cool.
How about a 16?
All right. Give me 1 second on that 16. Well, let's see. Let's put a flag there. All right, you have him flagged now.
yes.
Okay,
hunter's
16. Okay, so he takes that.
And Greg, I looked up restrained just because I didn't know what it was, and it says that creatures attacking a restrained creature get advantage, and it has disadvantage on dexterity saving.
Yep, that's right. Yep. The question I was making sure that he wasn't paralyzed in this context. So,
But he's not. He's actually not restrained.
Okay, it's just the
So,
fact that he's got
okay.
the lightning whip doing damage. I got you. So
Yeah. So it's
but he can
it's,
still move about basically.
Right.
Oh,
He can
so-
still do his thing. It just
Okay.
latches onto him, and it's like
It's like
It's-
Witchbolt.
basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, sounds good. Aramis, are you staying where you are? Because you went out 10, 20. So yeah, you're staying where you are, or are you moving somewhere else with your... You probably have another, 10 feet of movement, I would guess?
I do, and it would keep me just on the edge back over here. So I can still maintain my contact at that distance and, sort of get, I like, basically half cover. It's not really full, cover at all. But it's
And concentration, right?
It is concentration. That's correct.
Lovely. Okay, that leads us to Petra. You are up next. You've seen what you have seen.
So I am going to use Bolster, in which I inject a boosting stim into my allies, providing a temporary increase in toughness and resilience. Unfortunately, I can only do it to 3 people. Those 3 each get a hit point maximum, and current hit points go up by 5. And I'm going to do it to everyone but Kaz, because Kaz, you are made of energy, and that makes sense to me.
Yes, and I'll probably be far away.
You. And then...
So everyone gets an additional gets 5 temp,
5.
basically?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will go...
Except
and these
Kaz.
squares were 5 or 10 feet, you
10.
said?
Those white,
10.
the white cross squares are 10 feet.
10 feet. Wow.
Yep.
So
Not the little squares, the white cross squares. So like,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am going to go here, and my bonus action is that you see Petra not grimly take down her hammer. Actually, she looks pretty happy that the hammer is finally coming out into play, and you see the hammer begin to shimmer with some sort of energy as she activates a ramming strike on it. And that is Petra's.
I am excited, very excited to see how this is all going to work. Okay, so let's see. What he is going to do is Laris goes next, and what he is going to do is he laughs delightedly even while he is being sort of hit by this thing, this lightning. This affects him at the end of his turn, Aramis, or is it at the beginning of your turn?
On his turn, he can.
I know, take the action to try to get out of it, but like, does he take damage if not? From it?
No, he doesn't take damage if not. It's whether I can maintain the concentration, and it happens on my turn.
Okay, so he reaches out, and let's see. 10, 20, yeah. All right, so he reaches out, and he lifts his hands in the air, and electricity crackles. And he says, "Time to feel the pain, I think." And he lifts his hands, and a ring of electricity opens up around Aramis, around Z, and around Kaz. And it opens up and then like compresses on the 3 of you. So you are dealing with this lightning. I need all 3 of you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
Greg, would this be the sort of thing that a evasion type deal would help with?
Yes, potentially if you take potentially if you take damage, then we can worry about the evasion. Okay. First, let's see if you get hit and to what degree.
I got a 15.
Good night, Lightning Invoker. I think it's interesting that Lightning Invoker is leaving as they're being hit by lightning. Coincidence?
As lightning is being invoked.
I'm just saying. Okay. All right. A 15. Okay. What else? Who else do we have?
A 13.
13.
Total.
All right, so we have a 15, a 17, and 13. Okay. Z, Aramis and Kaz are going to make this save. Sadly, Z is not.
Just because I want to make sure, Saladin, would you happen to be proficient in dexterity saves? Do you know?
I am, yeah. I didn't think about that.
What's your dexterity? Yeah, so if your dexterity bonus is +3.
That's right.
Okay, so for you, our proficiency at level 9 right now is +4, so that would be a 17 for you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, I didn't know you got to have your proficiency bonus.
Yeah,
okay.
Proficient dexterity saves, that's right.
Because it sounded like you might be a specialist, which hunters have the same. Yeah, so have the same deal as you.
type stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay. So that's good that everybody made
Thanks.
the save. All three of
Good.
you, therefore, are only going to take 15 instead of 30 points of damage.
Glad I said that.
I actually take no damage because
Wow.
if this counts as evasion,
That is
like
awesome.
an area effect type spell.
Yep.
Not spell effect.
So and actually, as the ring compresses on you, tell me how it looks, Z. Like, what do you do as the thing is like closing in on you?
Z's like, not so fast. It does a backflip, little Matrix-y type move.
Yep.
But she's probably unwisely, relentlessly focused on this dude. So she's when it's her turn, she's going to charge forward, probably.
Gotcha.
Kaz is so amazed by Z's evasion of it that's why he takes his damage. Like he starts to dodge, and then
Wow.
the absolute grace of Z's dodge, and he's like, "Wait, you can do that?"
So that's
Yeah.
15 points of damage, Kaz, which
Oh,
I think I
God.
have you at 43 out of 68. Does that sound right?
The only wounds that I have down is 5 points of damage out of my 68. So
Okay, so 63 minus 15.
yeah.
So
Mhm.
48 is what we're looking
Okay.
at.
All right.
Okay, and then Aramis, you are going to take 15 as well, but you've got 5 temp that was given to you by Petra, and so that means that you only take 10 points of damage to your hit points. Now, I had you, Aramis, at 39 out of 49 before.
I had myself at 44 out of
Okay.
and that was because of the temp hit
Oh,
points.
well, okay, yeah, same difference. So that means you should
So
be...
I'm at 29 now.
Yeah, 29. Yep, that's what I have too. Okay, good. And temps are gone. Okay, they take that, and then so that's Kaz, Aramis, and Z. Okay. All right, he does that. Then he is also going to attempt to shake off, making his con saving throw to shake off this whip thing.
Does he have to use his action to do that, or does he just get to do it for free?
may have
He
multiple
is using his
actions.
action to do that. The thing that he just cast did not require. It was
Oh.
a bonus action.
Great. Okay.
Was the other one. So,
Not that was his bonus action. We're screwed.
okay, so let's see. What's the DC I'm trying to beat for your spell, Aramis? What's your DC?
One
save
second. It is a 15.
Okay. He did just make that as a 15. Literally just got a 15. So he breaks free from it, and you can actually see that the electricity in his body almost sort of surges down to the lightning whip and kind of gives this weird feedback. There's a Jedi moment, right, where there's like, force lightning, no, you're lightning, type of thing, and then blows up, and he kind of backs up from there. So he is now clear of it. However, he does not get to move at all. He just has to stay where he is. And he kind of, but he smiles. He seems, despite the fact that he's taken some damage, he seems very happy about all of this. Okay, that's going to bring us down to Kaz is up next.
Perfect.
Having recovered from your awe at Z's parkour move.
Yes. The bioroids haven't gone yet?
They have not.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
I have a feeling I know why you asked.
Yes. Yeah. It's been a while since we've been in combat, but Kaz has his sniper. So is it true that I didn't think that this console was that high, but basically, I mean, Kaz is almost 8 feet tall, but can I actually, like, what is the situation as far as cover and like me looking from this?
It's basically like 3/4 cover, so you can like shoot over it. Now he obviously was able to target that lightning ring behind, so he doesn't have to be able to see it to do that. So yeah, you can like look over it and shoot. So you have the benefit because you're that tall that you're not really affected by it. Obviously, you're going to have to duck down below it to get the benefit of the cover on your turn, though, just so you're aware. Like you can shoot and then you have to duck down.
Would ducking down just use a part of my movement, or?
No, not necessarily. No. It's just I'm just basically reminding you of the fact that exists. But no, you would just be able to, I think, rise up, shoot, and then duck down below.
Okay. Yeah.
So
some Mass Effect style.
Great. Shockingly, there are 3/4 cover walls.
Okay, great.
He did say embrace eternity. I mean,
Kaz will he had his scope trained on Baludan, but seeing that Baludan sort of went first, and knowing that Kaz gets the jump at the start of combat, he turns his scope. We'll say to the one that's to the left of Baludan, so on our left side.
Okay.
And I will fire at it twice, and I get a whole load of stuff.
This one you said on this left side? Okay, yep.
Yeah, and I get a whole load of stuff on the first turn of combat. I get advantage on attack rolls against creatures that haven't gone yet. So here's the first one with advantage. I get a +9 to these. Okay, so that's a 20 to hit.
A 20 will definitely hit.
Okay, and then I guess I'll roll the next one as well with advantage. That's a 16 or a 19 +9. And the cool thing about a sniper is on a 19, it crits.
There you go. So you were going to do the house rule in my game, Saladin, is max damage on a crit. None of this like roll twice. No, it's max damage, perfect. Which is for the bad guys too. But yes.
Okay, perfect. So,
1 million damage.
So here's for, yeah, God, this is probably the most damaging character I've ever played. So for this first hit, it's going to deal, let's see, the damage from the sniper. Just give me a second to calculate all this billion damage. Let's see if I do this, and then favorite quarry. I'm trying to see because I'm assuming, do the bioroids right now? My two types of quarry are constructs and automatons.
It does not actually count as that. It is no, it is classified as a monstrosity.
Okay, got it.
So yeah. All
right. Okay, I don't get any benefits from them at the moment then. All right, so that'll be just from the sniper. And I don't think anything else, because my mark is on him. Nothing there. All right, I think it's just this. Oh, but plus the specialist sneak attack because of the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Right, which happens only this round because you get to do that first as the.
Yes,
I'm going
and then
first
I'll have to fish for advantage for the rest of combat. or this cool thing about the specialist is if someone's within 5 feet of the enemy, it's kind of like sneak attack. But yeah, anyway, all right. I think +3. All right, so finally, here's, oh man. So that's for the first sniper shot.
Okay.
That's the 2d8 from the sniper, d6 from this specialist sneak attack, and then dexterity. And then the next one would be max damage.
Yep.
The sneak attack doesn't happen again.
Right.
So that would be 8 + 8 + 3, which is 21.
So 44 points of damage on that first attack is what you're telling me on your first
19,
round
sorry.
of attacks.
Yes,
19?
So 28 + 19. Or sorry, 23 + 19.
42. Okay, so 42
Yes.
total. Wow.
Whew.
That is a lot of damage. So you just see these shots, Z and company just, like, goes roaring back. That hurt it a lot. It's not dead,
Right.
but that hurt it a lot. You can see little metal pieces smoking on the ground where it was shot off by the expert attacks and all that.
And I think that's my turn. There's actually add 3 more damage to that because of another first turn of combat thing. I add my wisdom to my extra attack.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. So this is a lot of just impressive.
But that is it. I will duck down, and I don't mind if technically like it's still a part of me is seen, but if possible, Kaz would like to crouch fully behind the cover.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's my turn.
And Sleepwell is up next. Sleepwell, what would you like to do?
All right, so as a free action, I call out to Aramis. It's like, do you want healing now or later?
What do you think? Please?
I was like, oh, but I have something really cool I could. All right.
Do it later then. If it's late, if it's too cool, do it later.
Really cool thing.
Just so you know, I'm coming back to haunt you if I die.
What are you all arguing about?
Out of your mind. You keep shooting lightning at us. Leave us alone. We're okay. We're fine over here. We're fine. We're fine.
How are you? Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, he's fine," and I'm gonna do my cool thing. I am going to get to the right place here. So Sleepwell can run, I think, to here. Kind of like
you're moving your egg.
I'm so sorry. It's really small. The egg is more me than me.
Yes. The camera pans and the egg charges into battle.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't move the egg this round because I have to use both bonus action and my regular action. But what I'm going to do is I am going to shoot a plasma orb at, what is his name again? Laris
Paladin. Yeah.
Larry.
Yeah. Larry.
Good old
yeah.
Larry.
Can I call
Larry
him Larry?
Paladin.
Good old Larry.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot a plasma orb. So basically, it has a 120-foot range. He's now enveloped in a 20-foot orb that's difficult terrain. Inside of the orb, he takes 2d6 damage, but I can also shoot one like plasma beam per round as a bonus action, and that does 4d6. And if you're inside, I can shoot it at advantage.
So can he get out of this orb? How does?
Well, I mean, he has to walk out of it through difficult terrain.
He has to walk out of it to difficult terrain. Oh, we got a 26-person raid from Roll for Damage. Thank you, Roll for Damage.
Oh, nice.
Welcome, Raiders. You were in the middle of a mega fight.
Boss fight. Yeah.
Yeah. You're in with a mega fight, and a bunch of surprises has been here. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Waffles, maple syrup, Karis, Sophia, Josh the Pirate, and
these
multiple
people
other
sound
people.
like great people.
Yeah, these sound like the right people to be here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you all. Okay, so can he get out of this plasma orb thing that you just shot at him?
I mean, someday, maybe, if he's nice to me.
Well,
no, but I mean, he has to walk out of it, right? So
right.
He has to actually move his electric butt out of there. So
and how big is it? Did you say it's like
20 foot?
Can he move? Can you move it after he's done that? Like
no, the orb is immobile. I can shoot plasma beams out of it at that point, but if someone's in it, they just take 2d6 damage automatically. I
got you. All right.
So he takes 2d6, and then I'm gonna plasma him also.
All right.
So I'll roll this first.
Yep.
So 11, pretty good roll.
Yeah. All right, what I'm trying to do is find my orb, my circle tool. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so here's this.
The other thing is somebody gave me inspiration, and I would like to use it right now on this roll.
Okay. All right, you can definitely do that.
Okay, so I am shooting basically a laser at them. First roll is 13, second roll is 20.
All right, 13 will miss, 20 will hit.
Okay, thank you, inspiration person. And so that does 46 damage.
Okay. So I've got 11 plus whatever you're about to roll for the 46, right?
Another 13.
All right, so 24 damage. Okay. And what kind of damage is this, by the way, Carlos? What kind of damage is?
That is a good question. It's plasma.
Yeah, plasma damage, yes, but
right. Lightning.
When this stuff arcs over him, and you noticed a little bit of this. Ooh, that's awesome, Waffles. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Raiders. We appreciate it. Hopefully you will enjoy this space opera event that you're looking at here. And thank you so much for coming over. So this also is something, Aramis, which you noticed too. I should have mentioned it before, that your lightning and your lightning as well, Sleepwell, does not as much damage as you might expect. It definitely does seem like it hurts him, but not the amount that you would have, because that's, you like lit into him basically, but he does not take as much damage as you might have expected.
Okay.
But he still takes some. He sort of smiles. You have this very disturbing picture of him kind of smiling as the electricity arcs through his teeth and stuff like that, and metal teeth, and and he seems to love every part of it. Okay. And then are you moving anywhere, Sleepwell, besides where you are, or are you?
I'm
buckling
gonna
again?
just kind of like go straight down, so I'm fully beneath the cover here.
Got it. Okay. All right. So it is now the other creature's turn, the Bioroids, and these ones move at a significantly faster pace than you might expect for one of their bulks. So this one moves 50 feet, and then
50 feet.
it's actually going to. I think it's going to do nothing but move. So it's going to run right up to you, Aramis. It doesn't attack you here because it runs out, but it basically double moves up to you as the equivalent. This one is going to do the same with you, Petra, so it's going to come right up on top of you. And as these things come towards you, you can almost smell this kind of ozone-ish experience, the ozone in the air as there is lightning, electrical stuff crackling around the metal bodies of these creatures. And the only noise they make is a sort of deep below somewhere. Maybe those are coming from vocal cords, but it sounds like something from deep within the creature's body.
A question, I'm confused about the measurements. I thought the squares were 10 feet.
Right. That's correct. And they
they're
moved up.
moving-
He double moved. So he just
they
he just
double
moved.
moved.
Yeah,
Okay.
he doesn't have any attack left. They just moved up
Okay.
to engage you. And that is going to lead us to Z, who now has finally gotten over his rage. She has gotten over her rage, I imagine, enough that she can now do what she wants. So you see that Laris is in this orb, this plasma orb. The two Bioroids are on top of your two companions at the moment. And what do you want to do?
You're still muted, Saladin, by the way, though.
One of these two Bioroids is wounded, correct?
Yes, the one that's on the left next to Aramis is wounded.
Okay, so
Pretty badly wounded.
kind of reaches down and from seemingly nowhere whips out what appears to be a half of a piece of something and goes and a blade extends from it, sparking with electricity.
Amazing.
And she's like, she wordlessly kind of strides forward toward her target, but so as kind of not to provoke an attack of opportunity because she's not stupid. As she's walking past the wounded creature, attacks it. So
Okay.
I'm seeing this correctly that it's engaged right now, or is only the unwounded of the two?
Both of them are
with-
engaged. Both of
They're
them are
both
engaged with
five
one
feet.
with Petra,
They're
one with
engaged to
Aramis.
each other.
Yeah,
The wedding
yes.
is in a couple
Engaged
months.
to be married.
Beautiful.
Yes.
It's beautiful, really. They're gonna die though.
On their wedding night, so to speak.
So he's like striding forward, just going for what is our big bad's name again?
Laris.
Laris. And she's striding forward, and she just kind of almost as an afterthought is like, out of my way, and cuts that thingamadoodle,
All right.
bio nasty thing, and I will attempts to cut it, I should say.
Go ahead and make that attack then.
Alrighty. I'll get to doing this second nature before too long.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Ugh, hideous.
6
I
plus.
have
And then,
advantage, though. I think I get.
oh yeah, you should have some benefits to that. It's finesse, right? So I think we said so. 6 plus your dex and proficiency would be what you're dealing with.
Yeah, at least.
Oh yeah. It's plus 7 total, so it's 13. But I also think I may have advantage. Let me see with this vital strike thing. If they're leveling as condition. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so just a 13.
Yeah, it's 13.
Not quite enough, unfortunately.
Sad.
It probably because as you're going by, it's an afterthought, so it don't, not quite as targeted as you might.
Yeah,
It
that's fair.
looked
You have
awesome
two
though.
attacks though. So a lot of us have 2 attacks at this level.
It's true. Do you have 2
only
attacks?
one, surprisingly. Yeah. Only one attack, as far as I was able to tell.
Okay.
Okay. Nonetheless,
I
it looks awesome.
think if you are 9th level specialist,
I am.
Oh no, you're entirely right. Never mind.
Yep.
They're like rogue. Rogues are the only ones that don't get.
Yeah. Instead,
Right.
they just get to do 6 quadrillion damage when they
That
actually.
very
hit.
true.
Yeah.
When they hit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That brings us up to the top of the round and brings us to Aramis with Petra on deck. Aramis, you have now got a metallic monstrosity on you. It is quite hurt, but not dead, and it seems very angry at all of you.
It says you said it's quite hurt.
It's quite hurt. It's not right next to death, but it's been pretty badly beaten up. That initial attack from Kaz was pretty legit.
All right. Let us do something fun. Double check the spell real quick. Aramis is going to step back, wave his hands like a flourish, as if he was like, Lance Burton or, some other really flashy magician.
Right.
And 3 flaming discs are going to come around him.
Okay.
And they're going to start circling, and they're going to get faster and faster, and he's going to send the first one at this thing.
Okay.
Each of these things get their own attack. So,
Okay. So disc number 1.
disc number 1. How about a 15?
A 15 will hit.
All right. And then we're going to do 2d6, 7. Wait, no,
I was
sorry.
going to say
Hold on.
2D plus 7. I'm like, what?
2D.
How about an 18?
Okay, yeah, now it looks... Now, remember I was mentioning it wasn't on the edge of death? Now it's on the edge of death. It looks very, very hurt now.
Got 2 more discs, right?
I do, but I really want to use them. Yeah.
Spend it.
All right.
So
I'll do it again. As the first one sort of hits it and sort of flames engulf. Throwing the second one. How about a 16? Oh, it's not what I wanted. Thank you.
It's like, what?
How about a 22?
Well,
Yeah.
that somehow misses. No, that absolutely hits.
And if the DM will allow it, I'll take the 16 from before. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's
Is
fine. And that, as you hit this, you see it sort of sink down and sort of drops to the ground. But as this happens, you hear suddenly from nowhere, and there's this delighted laugh, and you hear from the body of the creature you just destroyed, and then it explodes. I need both you and Z to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
if we both make this, if I make the dexterity saving throw, I would like some discretion by the GM.
Okay, let's find out. Let's see. Just metal parts everywhere. Yeah, I think even with your dex bonuses, I don't think.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I don't
Both
think
of you.
either one of you.
It's too surprising.
Yeah, you're right.
What?
Yeah, and sadly, that is not going to get the job
17?
done. Either one. Sorry, say again.
17 with the bonus. No,
Wait a minute. You
You
rolled
have
a 2. You have a 15.
I rolled a 2. Oh, am I misreading this?
Yeah, I think it's the bottom of the column. I was like, listen, I have great admiration for Z's
Yeah,
talents,
plus
but I don't think you have a
Okay,
plus
no,
15.
I promise I wasn't trying to.
No, that's totally fine. I just thought of like, wait a minute. I'm like, we need to talk about OP characters. No, yeah, no, you rolled a 2, so I think it's like a 9 or something, or would be
You
what
need-
the bonus
Yeah.
is. I think.
So what's the target, Greg? Just out of curiosity.
Well, it's like basically like from its body. It's a. Actually, wait.
Area
Let me
of
check
effect,
and make
kind of.
sure it is area effect, but I just want to make sure. It's going to be a Yeah, it's a 20-foot radius. So I don't actually think it gets over to Sleepwell, although probably Sleepwell has a moment of like, ah, as this thing blows up like right next to your ear, basically.
Right.
But it is going to hit the other two of you, Aramis and Z.
The reason I ask about the target is because if the target is 10, then I would automatically invoke Force Shield, which gives me a maximum of, like a maximum of 6 to add to my saving throw.
Oh, I see. No, target
not,
target is higher than 10.
Okay, just making sure.
The score has to be good. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. No, it has to be higher than 10.
Right.
It's actually 14 is the DC. So, all right. So that means you are both going to take a total of 15 points of damage. I don't think, I'm trying to think about whether evasion works on this, Z, on how many times you can, I guess it does. I don't know about you taking no damage, though. I need to look again at evasion.
I take half damage if I
That's
fail.
all right, yeah.
Yeah.
So then you would take 8.
If I succeed, I take no damage.
Okay. So you take 8, and Aramis, you're going to take 15, sadly. So you were at 14 now, Aramis, and Z, that's took out your 5 temp that Petra gave you.
Oh, I forgot I had those. Yeah,
and then 3 more. So I have you at 52 now out of 55.
That's correct.
Okay.
Do we round up for damage,
Yeah.
or do we round down?
Round up.
Oh, okay.
That's why I rounded, because 15, so I rounded up to 8.
All right.
Okay, and it's now, that one is now, you'd be happy to know it's destroyed. You're just kind of in pain a
Went
little
out
bit.
with a bang, literally.
You have 1 disc remaining, Aramis, I believe. So
Aramis steps forward 10 feet, yells at Petra, "Watch out, these things blow up when they go down," and throws the other one directly at Baladin.
okay. All right. Go ahead and make your attack on there.
How about an 18?
An 18 is going to hit.
How about some 12 points of damage?
That one he definitely takes. He does not seem to resist any of that. He takes that damage, and so you can see that he's starting to look a little like, there are marks
crispy.
in his skin, and and he's I am a god, he says, and stares at you. You seem to have attracted his ire, but I mean, you probably already knew that. Okay, and that, Aramis, is your turn. Good stuff. Petra, you were up next. You have got a bioroid in your grill.
All right, and so I am hitting. This is the hammer that has ramming strike on it right now.
Yep.
So does an 11 hit?
11 does not hit, I'm sorry to say.
So for the second, let's see if the second hits, maybe. Does a 26 hit?
A 26 absolutely hits. I'm not seeing these roll on the, for some reason, on roll 20, but I mean, I believe you, but I don't see them. There they just came up now.
Yeah,
they
they just populated.
Gotcha. Yep, 26 will definitely hit.
So when that second one hits, the ramming strike goes off. So there's just within 300 feet, you just hear an enormous boom.
I love it.
Which does an extra 2d6 of thunder damage to it.
Thunder.
It also has to make a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from me and knocked prone.
That is awesome.
What's my DC for that I need to beat, that he needs to save for?
Strength saving throw?
Right, but like, what's the number that I'm aiming for? Because you should have a thing there that will on your sheet that will show the number that I'm trying.
Yeah,
to...
it's probably like 15, isn't it? Because it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using a crappy sheet that is only half filled out.
Okay.
So it would be. Do you know what ability you use when you're using your Esper powers? Is it Wisdom?
It's strength,
or Charisma?
isn't it?
Well, strength is what you hit with, but usually for like Esper or magic, quote unquote.
It's usually.
I'm pretty sure it's
one
probably
of the
wisdom, right? Yeah, almost
okay.
certainly.
So what's your wisdom?
That's +3.
Okay.
My guess is it's a 15. Then
So
is probably
8.
the DC.
Yeah, 8
Yeah.
plus 3 plus 4.
Yeah.
So that's 15. That's what it got.
Alright.
It got a 15. So it saves basically. So it does not get pushed. Barely saves. It does, however, take all of that damage. So. All right, so we're looking at 10, and that's not counting or is that counting? That is everything. That's 8 plus the 2d6, right? Okay. Still,
No, that's
Plus
another
your,
3. That's another 3, so there's 13.
13 points of
Yeah.
damage. Okay.
for the string.
It takes all of that. It does not like it.
Perfect.
Okay. Good stuff, Petra. And I assume you're going to stay up close and personal with this thing.
Sure. It's
Well, you don't have to. It's up to you.
yeah, I don't know. I don't want to do an opportunity attack, so I am going to stand there and scowl at it as I hit it.
It seems unconcerned with your scowl, and yet still okay. All right, Laris is up, and Laris has been watching this, and of course, finally you've gotten Laris's attention as being slightly more of a threat than perhaps he considered before. At least that seemed to be the suggestion. And so he lifts his hands again, and flying out of the pods, some of these other pods, one here, one here, one here, basically 6 of these drones emerge from these pods. Now, you had not seen them before, although you weren't paying close attention. They emerge from the pods. One of them flies over to the bioroid that you just hit, Petra. And it beams a strange... It's behind the... It's like on the other side away from you, Petra. And it beams a strange blue beam on it. And as it does so, the creature seems to grow stronger. It seems to have been healed somewhat by what it is that this creature just did. The others come over to Laris. So one of them goes to them, and the other 5 all go to him. And you see this blue beam just bathing him in this blue light. And if possible, he seems to almost grow, like the electricity seems to intensify, and his wounds seem to close. And he stares at you and laughs in delight and says, "I told you, the children cannot defeat the father, and the children cannot defeat a god." And he then moves out of this circle towards, let's see, where's he going to move? He strides 30 feet, I think. He will stride towards
Difficult
you.
terrain, so he goes half, right?
Sorry? Oh, yeah, difficult terrain. Quite right. So that means that he'd be about there then. But he's out of that orb now. Although I guess he could still be within range of it. And that is going to be his turn. And that is going to lead us to Kaz. And Sleepwell is on deck.
Okay. These drones that came out, so they aren't enemies necessarily. They just sort of came out and healed.
Yeah, and actually, once they do that, I should say they then fall lifeless to the ground. So it looked like it was just a thing that, they don't stay there.
He regenerated.
I should have kept that in there. They just stay there and they heal them every round forever.
Yeah. Well, hey, they might. It healed the other bioroid too, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Okay. What? Oh God. All right.
Couldn't heal the blown up one though.
No.
Small veins.
Yay. Okay. I'm gonna take a shot at good old Larry. And we'll see what happens.
Okay.
I want to do something cool with it. I guess I can. Yeah. I'll go ahead and... No, can't do that with a bonus action. All right, so I'll just make my 2 attacks against Laris. So here's the first one. No advantage on these. Does a 16 hit Baladin?
A 16 will hit Baladin, yes.
Okay.
Nice.
And then the second sniper shot is even higher.
Okay.
So
both of them will hit.
That will be...
This really is massive. I mean, literally, you're just Black Widowing everything.
Yep.
Like, I played
new.
Infiltrator. I know the drill.
Nothing new. All right, so that'll be 2d8, and he is not triggering any of my construct or automaton.
No.
bells.
He is
Okay.
not. He is also classified as a monstrosity.
Makes sense. If there was ever a monstrosity, I would believe he might be the
He would be the one.
definition. Regardless, because I hunters marked him earlier, I deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target. So almost like its own little sneak attack.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. All right. So here's for the first. Yep. So that's 12 points of damage for the first shot.
Yep.
And then the second shot, let me see if hunters mark. When you hit it with a weapon attack, so I think it's every time.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll do the same thing. Plus 1d6 plus 3. So 12 and 13. Total damage.
Okay, 25 damage. All right, good stuff.
Just
all
getting
and
it
it's all
in.
force damage, right?
This actually, I'll double check, but I think a sniper, although it does have a special property, here I'll get to it right now. There it is.
What I'm mostly curious about is if it's lightning
Yeah,
damage.
the
or
damage
not.
type. It's not lightning damage. No,
Okay.
it's piercing. It does have like one special property called high velocity, although I don't know if that really is relevant here.
In this case, it wouldn't be, but I think I know what that is. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, you know, he kind of stumbles back as
Yeah.
as they slams into him,
And that's my turn.
and then you duck
I
down below
duck
again.
back. Yep.
And sleep well. That leads to you. What would you like to do? As your ears are still ringing from the explosion the round before of the Bioroid.
So 2 things. As a bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and shoot that bolt, even though it might not be as effective. It's not nothing. At the hindquarters of our enemy. It says I make a ranged forging attack. I think I rolled last time. It was fine because I hit, but it says make a forging attack, and I think that means I use my forging modifier,
Yep.
which is like my wisdom plus my proficiency bonus,
Yep,
right?
That's right.
Okay, so this is at +8 then.
And
So
when you say
hopefully-
hindquarters, you mean of the Bioroid specifically? The
no,
one
no,
on
no, no.
Petra?
I mean of Laris.
Oh, big guy. All right, gotcha.
He's the one who's in range right
yeah,
now.
of the orb, right? Yeah,
Right. So it's a 22.
that will definitely hit. No problem with the dice rolls on this crew tonight.
I was telling Chad, I'm getting all my crappy rolls out of the way when I was like, stealthing.
So 10, 6, 14. Yeah. Okay.
A whopping 6 damage.
All right. He will take some of that, and that is lightning damage, right?
It's lightning damage,
Okay,
yeah.
So he'll take a little of that.
But the more important thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to heal this Z person who I don't really trust very much, and also Aramis. I don't think anybody else has taken damage. Is that correct?
So
Kaz
far,
did.
that's correct. Well, Kaz has taken damage, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, actually, you're right by me. So Kaz will be included this too.
Perfect.
And so basically, I'm using Major Field Staff. I do 1d4 of healing plus my forging modifier plus 2 because I'm specialized in healing. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So everybody heals 8 points of damage.
Awesome.
All right. And by everybody, we mean Aramis heals 8. And Z does it include Z or no?
Yes.
Okay. So Z's
Everyone
back
within
up to
30
full.
feet. So
Okay.
they're right on the edge there.
And 8 for Kaz. So Kaz, you're at 56, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool. All right, good stuff.
And I duck down behind again.
That's good stuff. Okay.
Great.
The Bioroid that is on Petra is going to attack. And what the Bioroid is going to do... Yeah. So the Bioroid opens its mouth, Petra, and then it breathes out, and electricity shoots out towards you in a cone. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Did you say dexterity?
I did say dexterity.
You're sure you said dexterity?
I did sadly say that, yes, yes. The
Oh,
Bioroid's like, yes, dexterity.
I have an 11.
Yeah, that's not sadly going to get the job done. Rudinell is inspired. Okay, it has inspired Petra. All right.
Great.
No, it's all right, Arudnell. I'll allow it. I'm that guy.
Big roll, big roll.
Oh God, please justify Rudinel's sacrifice on my behalf.
No. You punch yourself in the face.
God, I'm sorry, chat.
It got us a laugh, Rudinel. That's what's important.
It did.
You take 25 points of lightning damage as this thing just, and there's another problem with this, which is that as you are hit by this thing, I now need you to make a Constitution saving throw as this lightning envelops your body.
Oops. I'm sorry, I was putting it in
No
chat,
problem at all.
where it does us no good whatsoever.
No problem.
It's not a game until I do that at least once. How about a 10?
Yeah, 10, sadly, that is not going to do the job. So what this means is that you are currently stunned. So stunned means, as I make sure I describe it properly, when you are stunned, it is a condition, and it means that you are incapacitated. Incapacitated meaning that you can't take actions or reactions. And that you automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws, and that attack rolls against you have advantage. And this happens until the end of the creature's next turn. So unless somebody does something to correct it before then, but without anything else, you will recover from this at the end of the creature's, the Bioroid's, next turn.
I simply would like it to be known that this sucks. All right.
Yeah, it's and the back and behind the Lara says, "I'm shocked."
Okay, he's got to die now.
Yeah, seriously.
Okay. So that actually leads us to, that was the Bioroid. So that's going to lead us here to Z, who is up next, and we have a second raid tonight from Josiah Firesnake. Thanks for all the raids, everybody. Thank you, Josiah. Appreciate it, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you, man. And Z, you were up next. You see Petra here.
Z is going to use her cunning action to do a dash and basically stride right up to this guy and try and stab him with the pointy part of her pointy stick.
Okay, up to Laris, you mean, right?
What's that?
Up to Laris, right? Okay,
yes,
and just so I can be clear, so the dash should be double, so you...
Yeah, so she gets double movement, and so that's...
10, 20, 30, you can't quite get there even with a double move, if you, on a dash anyway. Because you're starting from here, this square, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 would put you here, or here, still put you 20 feet away.
Okay.
Now, but that's your cunning action, though. That's a bonus action, so I think you could still move then,
yeah.
if I'm right. You should still be able to move after that, yes? Or am I wrong?
I think dash is just...
Oh, because dash is... Yeah.
Dash is the movement.
Yeah, dash is the move, yep.
Movement is... So
wait, so how much you... With your movement and your dash, how much would it be?
60.
So movement is 30, and then dash is another 30. So
yeah, so it should be just 60, I guess.
Right, so I just moved 60, and role-playing wise, because she's just kind of crazed, she actually so she gets as close as she can, and she just stands there threateningly. Can I hold my attack?
You can ready an action so that yes, but it's like an if-then deal. So like you have to tell me if he does this, then I do that or whatever.
Okay, so if he gets within melee range, I am going to try and stab him, and I get as close as I can to him, and I'm like, "You're talking so much, laughing so much. What are you covering? It hurt more than you thought, didn't it? You think you're so perfect, but pain. You're not supposed to feel pain. You're supposed to be a god." And I'm just trying to talk him to get in range.
Also, I wanted to just mention quickly, it is conceivable, because I think we gave you this, that you could theoretically draw and fire a ranged weapon if you wanted at him. But you may also be so angry that you do want to just hold the act, because you couldn't do that.
She
and
wants
hold
to
an action.
stab him.
Yeah, that's what I
and,
figured.
Trying to
That's what I figured.
roleplay. So she's standing there trying to get him to get in stabby range.
Logical. Makes total sense. All right, that brings us to top round. Aramis is up. Petra is on deck. He has definitely been hurt. Aramis, you are up first. You can see Petra kind of, and of course you see Z striding, actually dashing towards Laris.
How badly is the construct or the one that's on Petra? Visibly, what does it look like?
It has been hit. Well, it was hurt a lot, but then it got healed a lot by that droid. So it actually doesn't look particularly hurt at the moment because of the healing that it took.
Aramis flourishes again, fires up the flaming discs, and fires one directly at the one on Petra.
Okay. Go ahead and make that attack.
Okay, 1 second. How about an 11?
11 is not going to do it, sadly. That is a
As
miss.
the first one flies by, he fires the second one. How about a 14?
14 is also a miss. They both slam into Petra. Damn it. No, I'm just kidding.
And a 17 for the
that
third
hits.
one. All right.
That hits. Each one was
I was
getting
just
close. You
practicing.
were just targeting. Yeah, you had to lead it. Okay, 14. It takes all of that. Does not like it. Are you going to move anywhere, Aramis?
I'm going to move 30, heading closer towards it.
Gotcha. That's going to lead us to Petra. Petra, sadly, there's not much you can do this turn, as I mentioned, because you're still... so that's going to bring us...
She can take the dodge action, is that correct?
When she can't take, actually, when she's incapacitated, she can't take actions or reactions. So she is stunned, and the first part of being stunned is that she can not take actions or reactions. So she can't take dodge. She could speak falteringly. So I guess she could be like, ow, or something. She could do that. The semi-good news is that that's not the person who's going to be Laris's original concept, because Laris is going to be the one to go next. It is his turn. And Laris sees you, Z, just like closing at him with murder in your eyes. And he smiles at you. And let's see. He is going to do... I have one of two really cool possibilities. He is going to... No. All right. He is going to do, I think, this thing. That's what I thought. Okay. So he raises his hands, and again, coming out of the pods, same pods that you saw bringing out those medical drones, you see more drones coming out of those pods. But in this case, you see there are 4 drones that come out, and the 4 drones look to be shaped differently, and they fly over to you, Z, and they literally, just as if you're watching ships raining fire on a planet in a micro level, they shoot both what looks like fire and energy bolts down upon you. So, on you, Z. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Jeez.
Hopefully.
Time to shine.
Hopefully this should work. I'm going to figure out how to do this right eventually.
Yeah, that sidebar can sometimes help too.
Almost.
Yeah.
Make sure you do the slash first.
Oh yeah, there we go. It's
Yeah,
roll
and then you
slash.
can even do
my
slash
brain is
R
working worse.
1d20 plus 7, and it'll add your your 7 to
There we
it.
go. Okay, and alrighty. So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
like a 23 total?
Yes. Let's see. So that will definitely. So you will make that save. And I guess I'm trying to think. I guess this really technically would be. Well, it's not AOE though because he's now. This is firing directly at you, so this is not AOE. So you will take half damage, but I don't think you take no damage here because this isn't an area effect thing. So let me see. So what it's going to be is this takes a combination of. This is his kind of epic one. So you're going to take. Normally you would have taken 14 fire and 17 force damage. But because of your having saved, it means you would take 31 total damage. Because of your having saved, you take half that. So you will only take 16 damage, you round up. So you take only 16 damage, which means we're looking at 39. To your horror, though, Z, the drones, unlike the medical ones, do not disappear. They're still there.
Alrighty.
And
So I'm sorry, how much was that total damage?
Total damage that you took was 16 because it was halved. So it was 31, but you take 16 of it.
Cool.
And he says, "This is what a hurt god does." Okay. And then Laris is going to move basically out of the way, is going to try to stay out of the way of you and of that orb. What's the range on the orb, Sleepwell?
60 feet, so he can't do it this round.
Oh, dang. All right. Well, he's going to move this way anyway because he wants to be equidistant
All right.
regardless.
Can I smack talk him as a free action and try and get him to not run away?
You can try to do that. He certainly seems pretty angry, although he's also delighted at the same time.
Is this what a god does? Run from children? Pathetic.
And he kind of like looks back at you and glares as the drones are circling around you. Okay, and that is going to lead. That's my kind of free action, crit twitch. Yeah, exactly. That is going to lead us to Kaz, who and Sleepwell is on deck. And quick programming note to chat. We're only going to go another few minutes because we're really late. Normally, were it not for a bunch of things, I wouldn't have gone this late. But I was excited for I think everyone's having fun with this combat, but I'm aware of the time, so I will. We will stop in a few minutes if this has not been resolved otherwise. Okay, Kaz, you're up, then Sleepwell.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm calculating some distance.
Oh boy, here we go. All right, so carry the 1. That's 75 damage plus the thing.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what this is gonna do, but okay. Yeah, I wanna see if it would work. So Kaz will. You can tell me what it would be. Kaz wants to try to contact. Yeah, I'll just tell you the idea that I have.
All right.
So Bellare have an innate ability as a part of their race that they can, some species, they get like certain Esper powers that they can use, kind of like in D&D, Dragonborns can do fire breath, or some classes are like, you get this cantrip or whatever.
Yep.
So Bellare, and I've done this a few times, I get the light beam talent, which is basically where I open a part of my suit up and shoot.
You've done this
my
once or
star
twice, I
energy.
remember it.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Kaz is curious if he can try to maybe prepare this turn by contacting Winter. Kaz is imagining somehow that if he uses his light beam on Baludan, that maybe Winter could go in through the light beam and also help do damage. But Kaz also knows that Winter's sort of distant right now. So what I want to do, now that you know my whole plan, is I was going to spend this turn trying to get in contact with Winter and basically saying, hey, are you game? Here's my plan. If I could try that. And if I kind of got static, I wouldn't try it.
Okay, so here's what I would say to that. You might have a chance to do it, but given the time frame, we're talking about 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Given the time frame, I would say it's going to take you at least 2 rounds to be able to explain what you want. Even if you're super efficient,
Okay.
it's not
Right.
like the thing where it's like, okay, do the beam with the stuff and like long winter's had a long month, a
Well,
couple
long
of months.
winter, yeah.
So if you
Okay.
want to take 2 rounds to set it up, I would allow that. Also, just one note about the light beam. You are 8 feet tall, but this console is about 6 feet tall. So you're going to have to go around one side or the other. Like you can't just stand up and go.
It only, I assumed that it only has a range of 30 feet, so I would have to anyway.
I got you.
have to get closer.
So anyway, so the answer is you could try it, but that's how
2
long
rounds
it would take.
okay.
Yeah.
And it would be my action for both of those rounds. But I
Yeah,
would still
because
have a bonus.
and really, I'm tempted not really to allow you to move either. You kind of can't, because you're. It's not like using your comms to be like, hey guys, it's.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
But it's badass. I love the idea. I
just don't know if it'll be worth. Yeah, cause knowing that he he's got to be here in the combat. He doesn't really have the time at the moment to try to set it up. So maybe I'll get an opportunity to try something like that later, or I'll still do the light beam without winter in it or whatever.
Okay.
So right now I will. Oh God. Okay. Oh, so many options. All right. I think I'll focus on this at the moment.
Okay.
I will just move right over here. Let's see. So if I do 5, 10, 15, 20, and then could I get there in 25? Sort of next to Petra?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Okay. And I will... Well, I see Petra sort of frozen there and sparking, so I will put my hand on her shoulder and cast Mend.
Okay.
Sort of, I'd like to imagine that on my dark, like, black-handed suit glove, that these, like, pressure points released, and then some of my star energy, like, goes and heals.
Nice.
So it's not going to be too much, but it's going to be at least a little bit of healing to you. So that'll be... Okay, so 7 points of healing to Petra.
All right, so Petra's back to 58.
And then as a bonus action, I can dash because I'm a hunter. So then I will... Okay. Could I get to somewhere around here? Going around to the sort of to the right, because I still have, or actually it would only be an extra 30 movement. So, or no, as a bonus action that would be, or yeah, no. So yeah, only 30.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, could I get there-ish?
Yes.
Okay.
In front of one of the open stasis pod things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's my turn at the moment.
That leads us to good stuff. That leads us to Sleepwell.
All right. So in terms of hit point damage, I'm thinking that definitely it's Petra who's in the worst situation. I also have options, but I'm too far away to take full advantage of them. Let me just see here. So
Aramis is pretty hurt too. There's
And Z's also,
and Z's hurt. Yeah,
honestly, Petra's kind of a
hurt.
tank.
30.
Doing all right.
All right. So am I correct that I can get here with 30 movement, Greg, from where I was?
Yeah, I'm with you so far. Yep.
Okay. Because I think what I'm thinking, and this thing that's attacking Petra, it's looking pretty like an automaton construct kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but it is also a monstrosity. It does have metallic parts, but it is not really a construct.
So when I look at electromagnetic pulse, it has this line in it. It says, this ability also affects mechanical creatures controlled by a live operator.
No, this is not a mechanical creature. The control part is interesting because they're obviously responding to some mental link, but these are not really mechanical creatures. They're definitely mechanically enhanced, but not the same kind of thing.
Okay.
Now those drones.
Yeah, I can't reach them this round. Is the thing. All right. Well, then, I am going to give Laris a taste of his own medicine. So I'm going to use attack pattern on him.
Okay.
And this is basically kind of what you described happening to poor Z. I'm going to do it's force damage though. It's not
Don't
electric.
use my thing against me.
Yeah. Sorry, God, but
I like the image of like more drones like flying in among the other drones. So there's just a bunch of drones flying around each other.
Exactly. Yeah. It's basically like what was that druid spell that killed you with 1,000 hit points?
Oh, Creeping Doom.
Yeah, Creeping Doom.
Oh
that
man,
one.
such a nasty spell. Okay, yeah.
So it has 120 foot range. It can just swoop around, and it's this arc. And I'm just gonna. He has to make a saving throw. It's 3d8. It is what you said before. It's fire and force
close.
damage.
Now his is more powerful than what you're describing, partly because of where he is and the pods, like in his own powers. So
Right.
There's more to it than that. So it's not. He gets the 3d8, so you actually get 3d8 fire and force. So it's not double, it's just 3d8, but it counts as both types of damage. His happens to be doubled because he's in his, quote, lair, basically.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, but otherwise it's very similar.
So he gets to make a dexterity save for half.
Let's see whether he can do that. What's my target? Although I don't think I'm going to do that.
It's 4 and 4. And so 16.
Yeah, no, he not even close. He definitely did not make that.
Okay, so then 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. He does not like any of that, and he is starting to definitely labor a bit. You can see that you're definitely impacting him. He's taken quite a beating.
As a bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and shoot that bolt. He's still well within 60 feet of it.
Yep. Oh, also, is that plasma concentration?
Because you know what? I didn't check that. I am so sorry.
It's okay. Just double check because the attack pattern is also concentration. So if
the attack pattern is concentration, but it's a bonus action. But sorry, it is. So I lost concentration when I did the attack pattern.
So okay, no, that's fine. It just means that you won't be able to do your little attack with your circle thing. Is all that means.
I'll use my bonus action instead, though, to move my little drone, my little egg, 30 feet toward me. So that's 10, 20. Okay. Actually, it's like right next to me at this point.
At least we got the egg involved.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You do that. That is that. And that's going to lead us to the Bioroid, at the end of which Petra will return to her senses, as it were. The Bioroid is going to attack you, though, Petra, at advantage. Probably not surprising. And it is going to attack you with a claw and a bite. So, with a claw, it is going to get a 19 to hit you. And a 14 on the bite. I'm pretty sure the 14 misses, but...
14 does not hit. The 19 does.
19 does. So that is... Oh, it's... Wait a minute. I just realized advantage. So let me just do that bite again. Well, I crit. So this is why advantage matters, people.
No.
So that is going to be a total of... You take 9 slashing damage, and you are going to take 11 piercing damage. So 20 damage total. As this thing just lights into you. Now, the good news is that it's going to stay on you, and you are now no longer stunned. So you are now back to your senses and in some pain, I would imagine. And Z, that's going to lead us to you. Now, on the attack pattern, okay, so yeah, so you're still within the area of this thing being targeted by these drones, but you can leave that area, but the drones obviously can move and follow you if Laris chooses to do that, but that's up to you, Z. Still muted, I think, Sony.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is he still surrounded by attack drones?
Yeah, you are surrounded by attack drones. So
no, but
he's also.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. He is. I beg your pardon. Yes, he is also surrounded by Sleepwell's attack drones. Yes, that's right.
Okay, so then I should be able to attack him with advantage. Then
I'd say that's fair. He's occupied.
So
Nice.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
And eventually.
then slash.
No,
I'm
it's
going to get it
slash
eventually.
roll.
Slash then roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
And we've got a 18 plus 7, and
Yeah.
that's even without advantage.
That's
so
a lot of
I'm
hit.
assuming that hits.
Yeah, but you might as
Okay.
well roll it again though, since you're doing it at advantage, just to see if you crit
Oh,
him.
that's a good point because I might get a crit. I didn't
You
think
could
about
crit
that yet. Out of curiosity, is there a way to just repeat D20 rolls?
I think there is. There's also a sidebar that's got a little sort of graphical version that would allow you to roll as well if you want to do that. I don't know if it's visible on
Okay.
the iPad version.
I will.
To take a look at it at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. And why am I? Did that just say rolling 4d6?
Nope, you got it. That was
Nope.
1d20. You rolled an 8, so I'm thinking you
All
want to
right,
stay with that first one.
But I did hit with the first
You
one.
sure did.
And that should I get a plus 5d6. So that's 1d8 plus 5d6.
Oh my god.
Good God.
So, well, let's see what we actually roll here. I'm gonna roll the bonusy part first here.
Okay.
The anticipation is
No,
good.
oh wait, that did
Wow.
1d4
It worked.
plus 6.
Yeah, it worked.
No,
fine.
it worked.
It was 5d6,
Oh, okay.
you said, right? So you got that. You still have to roll the 1d,
Oof.
whatever the other 1d
1d,
is.
yeah.
D8,
Yeah, so you have to roll a d8.
and then
Oh, it was terrible. Jeez.
plus 3 for your dexterity, probably.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
And
There you go.
nice. So
Wow. Okay.
21.
21 total.
That's
I guess?
awesome.
So Laris
God,
now looks
damn it,
extremely
terrible.
hurt as these things just light in, bam, 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 bam. Also, you had to move up to him, right?
Yeah.
Your entire
I mean,
time.
I'm sorry.
So
I
yeah,
should have
you're
said that
you're just
first thing.
strike
So
with the
he's really
blade.
like, sticks in him.
Yep, he's very hurt now and kind of heavy. Out of my way, insect.
I'm going to watch a god die.
That's awesome.
She looks a little crazy in the eyes right now to the rest of the team.
That's
Yeah.
fair enough. Okay, good stuff on that. All right, he's very hurt now, and that's going to bring us up to the top of the round. This is going to be the last round. If it's not over, we're going to have to carry it over because I can't keep us going longer than this as much as it's enjoyable. So I'll go up to the top of the round with Aramis, and then Petra will be on deck, finally able to function again. So Aramis, you are up. You've got the Bioroid, which is hurt, but not horrifically so. Laris looks quite hurt at this point. Oh, you're muted.
1 second as I look this up really quickly.
He's like, I have coup de grace mini boss. Does that work?
Let's see. That is. Oh yeah. All right.
Yes, they just light into him, Trivet. Yeah.
Aramis kind of kind of changes tactics, realizing the damage that Z has just done to good old Larry there, and he comes around and he uses Withering Grip.
Cool.
And let's try that. This better work. How's 27?
27 is
That's a
definitely. Yeah, actually, that's true. You just.
Wow.
Well, that was a nice time to get a critical hit.
That's awesome.
Tell us what that does, Aramis.
That does, I should say, 32 plus 7, 39 points of
Yeah, it
necrotic
does.
damage.
Yeah, it does.
And he must make a successful saving throw, or if he's still alive.
Well, I was gonna
Against
say,
wisdom.
so you see Aramis walk out, and this just blackness, right, descends on him, and he, he feels this sort of energy leaching from his body. He says, "No, and his rage sort of intensifies, and you see his body sort of beginning to do this sort of horrible clicking motion as his hands start to move around him, and the energy from the pods on the sides start to glow, and lightning starts to flow into him and from the pods into him, and from him into the pods. And there's this terrible keening wail that gets louder and louder and louder. And as he drops to the ground, he stares up at you, Z, because you're right next to him, and he says, "Nothing you've done matters, because you will all die here." And he drops to the ground, and the wail grows more and more and more intense, and so intense that you have to almost sort of like cover your ears. And then there is for a moment, everything goes very quiet, and then and he, like the bioroid before him, explodes. Now, this is a larger radius, but I think because of the way all of you happen to be placed, the only one it's going to affect is Z. And so, Z, I'm going to need you to make here a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, no.
I'd recommend making
Please don't tell me. Here
Somebody
for
needs to
their
give him
first and
advantage.
last episode of Esper Genesis.
Thanks for playing. That's good. So let's see. That means you're going to make that saving throw. Okay. Let's see what the damage
You're muted, Saladin. I can see you're talking.
Yeah, sorry, 23.
Okay. So
And you missed emphatic hell yes.
yes, you would have taken 40 points of damage from that. Instead, you take 20. Now, this is technically area effect, so you could.
Yeah, I think even with that last one, because what it actually just says is when you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage. It doesn't necessarily say that it has to be an area effect spell.
Okay.
or
Okay.
effect.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So half damage. So either way, that means that you. So okay. So then I'm curious, as he falls to the ground and then, how do you? What the hell do you do exactly to avoid being hit by this massive explosion?
Well, she was getting ready to spit on his corpse, but she just like has a insane gleam in her eye, and powered by sheer spite, doesn't even feel the heat washing over her.
Just defies it. Just like,
Yes.
Dodge my ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
She dodges.
Yeah.
Her
Pure
uncanny
Esper
dodges.
blocks it.
I
Yeah.
dodge your bullshit. That's what I
Act of will.
dodge.
That's great.
Wow.
I drink explosions like that for breakfast.
No, it's more like she's sucking it up than she gets out of the way of it, right? And she breathes in the smoke, and she doesn't feel better because her dad's still gone.
Yeah.
That's quite right.
Consequences.
And that leaves one remaining creature. Well, actually, Aramis, you can tell me where we're going to move. I'm going to let Petra, as I said, this is the last round, so we'll see if you guys can, if you folks can wipe out what's left. Aramis, tell me if you're going to move anywhere.
Aramis is going to hold his position.
Okay, so Petra, you've got the bioroid on you. You can now function completely. The bioroid, by the way, is now throwing its head back and forth and twisting, and its eyes glow, and it makes as if it's beyond belief and rage, like you're looking at this just savage creature that has just completely lost it with the explosion of its master.
Smash it. Smash it.
Yeah, so what it means is that it's become reckless. That means it's going to be doing advantage attack rolls against you, but you can take advantage whenever you do an attack roll against it.
So the hammer will shimmer again, this time with a slightly different light. And let's see. Does a 26.
Sure does.
All right, so that's got it's a blinding strike. So the weapon, as it hits, it explodes with light, and there is an extra 3d8 radiant damage.
Ooh.
And it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be blinded.
Let's see.
Ah.
No, it's not going to be enough. It's a 14. I'm pretty sure we need a 15. So it is not going to do that, and it is blinded. And also
Okay.
takes all of the
And the
damage that you
damage?
just said. Ooh.
Okay, then the damage is 20 points.
Ow. Okay. Very hurt now. Not dead, but very hurt.
So I have a second attack.
Yep.
Oh, it is a 14 hit.
It doesn't, but remember, you can roll this at advantage. It's reckless now. So.
I'm going to presume a 24
24
hits.
absolutely hits. 100%.
And then that will do 11 points.
You will be happy to know that 11 is exactly the amount. And so you just slam your hammer down on it twice, and the creature falls to the ground. And the pulsing, the terrible pulsing that you heard, it's like and slows and stops. The lights kind of flicker. And you see sort of not Laris, Bliss, just kind of hanging loosely in the cables in the one remaining open pod. But as you're all sort of staring, breathing heavily, presumably, at whatever it is that just happened, in your comms, because the static has suddenly cleared up now, in your comms you hear, Everyone, you got to get out of there. I'm leaving. It is the voice of Alfred, and that is where we are going to close our session. Wow. Great stuff,
Fair enough.
everybody. Really, really cool stuff. And I'm sorry that, we got all thrown off by different time delays, but we got through it though. And that was a hell of an epic mini boss fight that we dealt with. But what will happen with Alfred? We will find out. Wonderful stuff. Nice combat work from everybody. That's not an easy fight. Not meant to be, and it wasn't. And I love being able to do stuff with layers. We didn't quite have legendary actions like layers sometimes do with D&D related stuff, but still, it was good stuff. And it was also a really good reveal, as we'll talk about in just a moment. I will start at the bottom of our ziggurat here with cams only. I'll start to the right with Zach. Listen, Kaz opening up with like 40 plus points of damage on that first Bioroid was a nice opening. Like just this, I really was just thinking of I even heard the sound in my head of the Black Widow. And if you've played Mass Effect as an infiltrator, you know what I'm talking about. It was really impressive. And I think your idea about what you were going to do for trying to get in contact with Winter was a good one. But because of the dampening, because of all the stuff that was going on, it might have made it difficult, but it was a cool idea. And it was fun to see Kaz get a chance to do some work in a combat point of view. Plus your tracking became important in this section earlier on too. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
It was awesome. I was pleasantly surprised that we got to fight Valiant today, and of course to have Saladin here. So it was a great time overall. And yeah, and Kaz may still try the light beam thing on some other enemy. Maybe. Oh yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't think we've seen the last of. We've seen Valiant, but we haven't seen Winter, as far as we know. So we'll see. But yeah, felt great about it. It always takes me a second to get back into how many dice of damage Kaz deals, because it's kind of insane.
Whenever he says, "Let me calculate," I'm like, "Oh boy."
Yeah. Yeah, but it's great. I love the system, love the game. Excited to have all of us here and to have a new player and to learn more about Z and how Z will contemplate her life now that the source of her revenge is gone.
You ever thought of going into piracy?
Yes.
A wonderful dread pirate.
I think I'm going to retire, write a book. Kind of, yeah, you kind of Thanos your way. It's like, I think I'm just going to go off to some distant planet now. I'm good, guys. It's one fight. But yeah, had a great time. The fine people will find me on this channel for our vocalists, of course, and for this Esper Genesis. And that's about it at the moment. But yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you, Zach. Good work. And we will see Zach for those things. Moving right on up the ziggurat, up to Kat. Petra obviously had the opportunity to sort of get up and close personal with the bioroids. And the thing about it is that obviously Laris Baladin is the big bad, but those bioroids, especially with that lightning attack, can mess you up. So you know, being able to drop that ramming strike, and then being able to hit again before the bioroid could maybe recharge said lightning attack, that could have been really, it was pretty bad. It could have been a lot worse, I think. So you needed Petra's kind of up close and personal stuff. Obviously this was much more of a combat focused session, but we needed Petra to be up close and personal in the combat. So it was good to see that happening. How did you feel about today and about our little surprise, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, I am absolutely delighted by our surprise, as I'm sure we knew I would be. I am very disappointed that we did not get to try Sleepwell's ward, so we didn't do the traditional Petra goes down and then stands back up thing. But,
right, which often happens.
You know,
yes.
You got to swing the hammer. That's all that anyone can really ask for. Yeah, this was a lot more. We don't usually have quite this much combat, Saladin. Actually, this was combat heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, and where can you find me? If you're at RustyCon next weekend, I will be at RustyCon. And then I'm always on Twitter perpetually all the time. So
that's good stuff. Thank you, Kat, so much. Sorry that we ran over. And we will see you soon. Moving right on down to the middle of the ziggurat, which is where Saladin is placed. Again, Saladin, great pleasure to have you on board. I'm already a huge fan of Z's character. I loved the idea of just, let me tell you something, you know. There's this kind of mix of like Snake Plissken and like, you know, and a little bit of, you know, I've seen things vengeance type person, but also I loved it. And I think Arudinel pointed this out when you were walking up, and I mentioned the thing about the ranged attack, you were like, nah, she wants to stab him, which is exactly right. Like, I mean, you know, you don't like, what are you going to do? Like tactically jump back and forth and like, you know, that's, you know, this bastard killed your father, and like, you know, it's you're gonna make them pay. And obviously she did have a significant role in this, not only from the very beginning when you first did the really awesome reveal, but then later on when you were dealing with stuff with the rest of the party. So I'm excited to see how Z's character unfolds. How did you feel about tonight's session, and where will the lovely folks see you on the internets next?
Yeah, it was a blast. I had a lot of fun. It's my first time, really my first time gaming online with a big group. So, you know, a little slow on the uptake, but yeah, no, it was awesome. It's fun. And yeah, this is like a cool group, man. I'm like, they
are a cool group.
I am excited to do more in the future. And folks can find me mostly on Twitter. I have a new initiative via Substack called Copper Bottle. It's a sort of independent publisher. We're publishing creator-owned comics owned by myself and the artists I'm working with. So you can see some previews. That stuff's going to start launching soon at copperbottle.net. But mostly I'm on Twitter, which I realized today Kat got me onto. I was looking and I realized Kat is my first follow on Twitter, these whatever 12 years ago or something.
It was a long play. She knew at some point you would become an Esper Genesis player with us, and like
so yeah. No, but looking forward to more.
That's good stuff. Thank you. I'm really happy and excited that you've been able to join us for this. And yeah, and thanks to my amazing mods that we have already added you into the player list with copperbottle.net and your Twitter account there. So, but thanks, Saladin. Great stuff. And yes, there's going to be some serious stuff happening with Z down the line. So it's going to be cool. Moving right on up against the left side of the ziggurat now, over to Johnny. Yeah, I'm going to do the ziggurat. So yes, then I'm going to be Johnny with Aramis. Listen, Aramis had some serious stuff that got done here as well. The flaming discs actually had a very powerful effect because the lightning stuff was not as effective as you noticed against these creatures, particularly Laris. So the flame stuff was actually working. You did hit Laris with the lightning whip. So we got that "do you bleed" moment that we were able to get at the very beginning. But it's Aramis was actually able to see from a distance some of the. In fact, both you and Sleepwell were able to see some of the stuff that Laris was doing, and like it was fun to see a more kind of a wizardly type character, I guess, dealing with the two of you, and you knowing a little bit about how all of that worked. And of course, that withering grip was a sick finish. Like that's a nice way to wrap this bastard, and to take him down. So it was good stuff, I think, from Aramis all the way around. How did you feel about today's admittedly combat heavy session, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
I honestly can't take any credit for that crit. That's random number generators out there in the world doing their random number generator thing, and I just happened to pull from the right pool at the right time.
Listen, it was your skill that allowed you to roll that crit at that moment.
right. Yeah, roll 20 isn't always that nice to me, so I feel very, very lucky today that we had as many good rolls as we actually did.
Yeah.
First and foremost, the build-up towards the introduction of Z was a heck of a lot of fun. I mean, it gave us that moment of like, oh shit, and also, all right, he's adding somebody to the party. This fight's gonna suck. Because we all knew that there was a fight coming at the end of this, right? So welcome, Saladin. I really enjoy Z. Can't wait to actually get to role play with Z more, especially if we become buddy and Sleepwell doesn't like it. That's just that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm gonna love the most.
It's gonna be interesting.
Fine folks will find me on Sunday at 2 p.m. on my channel. I will be starting Jedi Fallen Order. I haven't played the game yet. I'm looking forward to it, and it's supposed to be a crazy good story, and
great game.
Yeah, so that's where you'll be finding me next, and that's about it.
Good stuff. Thank you, Johnny, very much. Good stuff as always. Last but certainly not least, Sleepwell, Carlos, I was cracking up both at the fact that, first of all, the stealth was funny, and Sleepwell, and the egg just sort of being there and ever present. Obviously, a clutch heal, and also good call on those assault on both the plasma orb and also the attack pattern. Because you're right, it was basically like, I know what that is. Like, yeah, it's a little stronger than mine, but I know what you're doing, And I love the idea that you were countering with exactly what it was that Laris was doing also. And his taunting, of course, of your father, of Sleepwell's father, is interesting because, as you'll find out, Saladin, Sleepwell has very ambivalent feelings about his father in general and about stuff. So Sleepwell has already seen his father converted into something by the apparently Stormdark and the Shadow Technocracy, but doesn't even know exactly how to feel about that. So the whole thing was interesting, kind of watching that play out. But especially from a combat point of view, it was fun to be like, no, this is how you do that. And it's like, again, wizard versus wizard, fight. So it was fun to watch that. And obviously it was important because you got some big hits in on Laris on several occasions, and that heal was clutch too. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I mean, obviously, Saladin's joining the party is like so great. I love it so much. This is so awesome. So, I mean, I'm very excited about that. Welcome. We are a weird and contentious and dysfunctional party, but as players, we just really have a great time. So, welcome to the mess. I think, as I was thinking about how to role play Sleepwell, what I was thinking about mostly was sort of like him just sort of like being extremely distrustful of Z. That will continue. But now, having heard, about a father being brutalized, in this kind of very similar way, and Zia having actually lost her father. I mean, maybe doesn't quite know. This is a point of contact between. So Sleepwell is now going to have some questions. However, he's annoying. So, Z will be annoyed, and, I imagine there will be many brusque blow-offs and enraged teenager-like responses from Sleepwell. So this is just, great. This is what I'm excited about.
That's a great dynamic.
Yeah. So this isn't even announced on their website yet, but Claire and I are going to be guests of honor at WindyCon in November. Hey. So we are going to be there, and we're going to be doing poetry and fiction and games. And so we're going to do a big playtest of Negocios Infernales there, and we're going to be doing lots of stuff. But before that, we're going to be at Origins. So I think, Greg, of course, you're going to be there, and we're going to be on the writer's track, and maybe we can get Johnny there. I'm really hoping you can show up there. So Johnny, awesome. You got to make it happen. And otherwise you'll see me here when we play, like, I think next week or something. Next 2 weeks from now, I forget.
We're going to talk about that. Yeah, I'll put it in the channel, and we'll see how things go. And actually, as a quick note, Saladin, I just put into Zoom. I don't know if you saw, but I put in the Discord server invite so that you can get on board there, and that way you can join up with this crew on the Discord, and that's how they can stay in contact with scheduling and the like. Cool. But thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Always a pleasure. And great work, everybody. And again, I'm sorry that we ran over. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Esper Genesis crew? I hope Alligator Alley, which sponsors us, is happy with this too, as happy as I am with this crew. But very happy to have, as always, with us, Carlos Fernandez, Johnny Pittman, Kat Rambo, Zach Clay, and for the first time, but not the last time, Saladin Ahmed. Thank you, everybody. Good work. And I will see the players very soon.
And thank you, Greg, for excellent DMing and complex.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, that was a blast.
Always a pleasure. Bye for now, everyone.
Night, everyone.
And that, folks, is going to do it for this. Yeah, I was so excited when this sort of just kind of fell in my lap a little bit, and I was able to follow it along, because I know that, Saladin, as you may have noted, I think I saw Rock God said it was just an incredible list of cool stuff. And that's exactly right. Like, it is an incredible list of cool stuff. And so Saladin's really busy. But the appeal of being able to play not only with adults, but also with a super space opera type game like this. And also, that alert shouldn't be up there. With space alerts, with a space game, and with space opera type stuff, and being able to play with this crew. I mean, Saladin already knew. Thank you, Commander Dunsel. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Getting a chance to play with this incredible crew. He already knew Carlos and Kat, but he will, of course. Johnny and Zach are awesome, and so I would be careful, especially because of how far along we are in this campaign. I wanted to be careful. I can't just ask anybody in to join, because the 4 people that we have are great. And so I didn't want to break up that chemistry, but I was pretty confident that when you have an opportunity like that, to have someone who I know is going to enjoy the game, who has this kind of interest in it, and, some of the people know, and I just was like, you know what, this seems like too good an opportunity to pass up. He will be involved. Now, because of everyone's schedule, there may be times where we can't get all 5 at the same time, players. I'm going to try to do that as much as I can, but we'll work out the scheduling ahead of time. And and obviously that was really fun to run that fight as well, because this is this guy, this guy. So anyway, it was a great pleasure to have them on board. And we had also got really lucky we had a couple of raids today from people, and had a lot of subs. We had that wonderful gift sub bomb from Triffid. We had Shadowed Mage gifting a sub to Arcana Spot. But we had Commander Dunsel and a bunch of other folks resubbing today. So I'm really grateful. Shadowed, I think, actually subbed also at tier 3 again today. So thank you to everybody who subbed and made this. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. And I was making all these little comments about, because he's got the Batman Unburied thing he's doing right now. He's got the Miles Morales stuff that he does, the Marvel stuff. Also, as I say, I knew him. I noticed Shadowed mentioning Throne of the Crescent Moon. I still have, I'm pretty sure, Throne of the Crescent Moon. I really like that book. I really enjoyed it a lot. And it does feel very much like a D&D-ish type book. If you haven't read Throne of the Crescent Moon, I recommend it. It's from DAW, and it came out 7-8 years ago, but it's good stuff. And it also looks at Near Eastern and kind of Middle Eastern infused fantasy, which is something which doesn't get enough attention, and does it, obviously covers it with taste and really just, it's good stuff. It's a good book, really entertaining. So I recommend it if you have not already done it. So Saladin is going to be joining the crew, which is really cool. That's right, listed as one of the inspirations in the player's handbook. There's a lot of good a lot of good stuff in it. I really like Throne of the Crescent Moon a lot. So generally, this was awesome. I really enjoyed having the chance to do this and to pull out this sound effect for Alfred. And I actually have my patch was called the Laris Baladin patch, like this. I was having to pick what it was but yeah, I really enjoyed that a lot. And of course, the party has got more to worry about. The party is not done yet. They're going to have some things to deal with this. They've got to get Bliss out of there. What's going on with Alfred? I mean, they got to get out of the base. They haven't yet encountered. They haven't had the final face down with the long winter yet. A lot of stuff still to do. So anyway, I loved it. It was great. I had a wonderful time GMing this wonderful group. And again, thank you to Shadowed for these amazing overlays. Again, these, how good do these look? That's the map one. And that's the cams only one. These look so freaking pro. Can I just say they look so freaking pro? And, this is based on the original design, which Chaotix did, and he did a great job with this. And then this obviously is the cams only thing we've been doing for all of them now. And I had to be able to switch over because I couldn't start with this overlay because that would have been giving away the surprise, right? So it was really great. So Shadowed, great stuff, man, as always. I enjoyed a lot being able to see these things. So what's the difference with what? What do you mean? Alfred is Alfred. He's all right, just not in the head. Different between what? Between the old one? Well, Chaotix one was smaller pictures. The Twitch chat is in a different place, and it doesn't have the same number of windows because we only had 4 people and my window. So this has got 6 windows along the bottom instead of 5. It just looks really, really cool. I think it looks professional. The overlay looks really professional, and the cams overlay I love. I've really been digging all the cams overlay stuff that we have because being able to see people's faces up close, especially for RP moments, is awesome. We get to see the maps for the tactical stuff that we had to do. So thank you, Shadowed. It was good stuff. But that's going to do it for me. It's late, and I've got to head off to bed. Again, I'm sorry that we got delayed in the middle, but I had to attend. It's a window-thon, exactly. But I had to attend to some family stuff, so that's why I had to do that. I hope you folks enjoyed yourselves, and if so, I hope you will do all of the things, which means following the channel. It means checking out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord, and please sub to me over there as well. We're trying to build our subscriber list over on YouTube. !ArvCord is the Discord channel. !ArvTweets is my Twitter, which I always post when stuff goes live. I'm going to go over there and post again about, I'm going to tweet out, Saladin being added to the mix. I'll probably schedule that to post tomorrow morning or something. When you see that, please retweet it. Please spread the word. I saw Triffid. Thank you for your text, for your tweet, because I definitely am. I'm excited to get. It's good. I'm really glad Saladin's joined us, so I'm going to add that into the mix. So !Arv tweets, and of course the website is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv shop is the merchandise area for Adventures of Middle Earth, Infinity and Beyond, and soon to be Esper Genesis. !Arv Treon right there is what makes it possible for me to commission overlays. It's what makes it possible for me to have this amazing lighting set up in the back there. That's really awesome, and that's made possible by all of you lovely people. It's what makes the lighting up here work. So all of this works because of the amazingness of all of your support. So thank you. Nice add to my South Caesars. Yes, different. Yes, I see what you did there, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter. Anyway, so the Patreon allows you to get good stuff for you. As we move up, we can hit new channel goals, and it definitely supports both my writing, for which I'm enormously grateful, and the stuff that goes directly back into the channel. So that really makes a difference too. So thank you. Of course, you can also check out my publishing stuff. !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, my award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts. I'm really excited about Icarus and about the potential in the future for that book, but that book is out and you can find it right now. Library is Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book. People who have physical copies coming from the Kickstarter should be receiving them now. They should be coming into you because they have been sent. They are out from the distributor. The distributor has sent them out, so they should be arriving. So please let us know as soon as they come in. For those of you who have not yet bought one, they are coming in physical form. They will be available in stores very, very soon. So be on the lookout. You'll be able to see them at your friendly local game store. And if your game store doesn't have any of them or doesn't know what you're talking about, please feel free to stop by and be like, hey, you should check out this Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library because, a second edition, I would not object to that. So we've got that going on. And both Athos and Alligator Alley, which sponsors this campaign too, of course, are going to be dealing with my Gray Shade Kickstarter, ! Gray Shade KS. I hope to have some big news about that coming in a few days, maybe a week or so, a couple weeks. But there is news about that coming down the pike, which I'm excited about. I can't talk about yet, but coming soon. So stay tuned for that one. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, let me quickly take a look here and see what we've got by way of potential raid people. What do we got? Ah, yes, I do see someone. Cool, yes. All right, so we are going to do a raid. I know it's late. If people can't do the raid or if you don't want to stick around longer once you've done the raid, that's cool, but I'll put us now. No problem, Arud. Now, thanks for stopping by, man. I'll talk to you soon. But if you are sticking around just to do the raid, you will like who you're raiding, I promise. It works like this. If you're not a sub, you can do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvany hype, and then the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, Arvany roar, and then you can throw in Arvany what, Arvany which, Arvany woe, Arvany sub, Arvany love, any of the Arvanys, Arvany smug, any of the Arvanys you can throw in there when you are brought over automagically to the place that you are going to be raiding. So that is the deal with that. Quick note on schedule also, tomorrow night I am going to be playing the Chat Chosen Patreon fueled game of the month, Arvany Witch. I forgot about that one, that's good too. The Chat Chosen game of the month is Forgotten City, the Forgotten City. So I've gotten a copy of that from GOG. Thank you to my lovely friends and colleagues over at GOG.com's Twitch channel. So I'll be playing that tomorrow, starting sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be playing that. Then we are off on Sunday, off on Monday. Tuesday, I will be back with Adventures in Middle Earth, and then I'll be over playing Talisman Adventures on GOG and Pen and Pixels, and then that evening, we will have the rescheduled R Vocalists coming at you with some Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So that, however, is going to do it for me for this evening. I want to thank my wonderful viewers. Thank you to my mods, Best in the Business, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Triffity Mats. Thank you as well to all of my subs and Patreon supporters, including those like Triffid who did gifts today. Shout out, I know, gifted a sub as well. Thank you to all those people. So thank you as well to Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, Commander Dunsel, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you so much for all the subs and Patreon support and love. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Agent Number 1. Thank you to Corsair's Cove, to Crit Twitch. Thank you to Delb, to Foxy Fresh, to Gigafrost. Thank you to John Terim. Thank you to Josh the Pirate. Thank you to Josiah Firesnake. Thank you to Carrick, Live Suing, Melik, Nonstop, Pale Horse, Roll for Damage. Also, thank you to both Roll for Damage and to Josiah for the raids today. I really appreciate it. Thank you both. Thank you to Spike, Trap Claire. Thank you to Sparkly Wallflower. Thank you to you, Christensen, V&K, Video Store Cowboy. Thank you to Waffles Maple Syrup. Thank you to Wenchkin. What's up, Wenchkin? Thank you to Zyland. Thank you to Ziberian. And a special thanks today to our sponsor, Alligator Alley Entertainment of Esper Genesis. And a special thanks as well to my wonderful players. Thank you to Carlos Hernandez. Thank you to Johnny Pittman. Thank you to Cat Rambo. Thank you to Zach Clay. And a special thanks tonight to our newest player. Thank you to Saladin Ahmed. That's going to do it for me. Stick around for the raid. Much love to all. What a great session tonight. It's one of those sessions that I leave it at. I just feel happy. I just feel good all the way around. It was a lot of fun and can't wait for more. That's it for me. I'll see you tomorrow for Forgotten City. Stick around for the raid and everyone be good to each other. Bye for now.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the Crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.